one. I have it. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the 3D object converter. This is a program that I bought a while ago, and it's been invaluable because it can open pretty much any type of model file out there. So
Well, that's
let's
awesome.
let's go to the Stellaris mod. So what was it? Stellaris machine chipset. That's the mod.
Okay.
Now this is Stellaris game files. It's going to be different, but if we just go to ships, and I think the one we picked was civilian science ship. So you're
Yes.
going to see this .mesh. So the way this model viewer works is here. Let's delete this for now. You're just going to have this science.mesh in your mod file, or Empire at War. It'll be an art texture or something. Basically, any mod. Don't install the mod. Just look at the mod's files. It's a lot easier to isolate. But
Okay.
Empire at War, you're looking for ALO files. Stellaris uses .mesh. Basically, model files of any type can be just opened in here.
Gotcha.
So I've opened it in the model viewer. So here's the ship. The blue is a collision box of some sort that Stellaris uses. We're going to delete that. But if we look at up here, we can activate texture mode. So if we do this, it's going to say 2 texture files were not found. So it's looking for Dreadnought01 diffuse.dds. So DDS and .tga are 2 different types of texture files that models typically use for X3 or games in general. So basically, it needs this Dreadnought01 diffuse.dds, and it's also looking for the same texture file, Dreadnought01 diffuse.dds. Okay, so it's luckily this mod is excellent for learning because the mod author, she made all of these ships using a single texture file from the vanilla game. So this mod is actually tiny because it all uses the same texture file. And that texture file is this, Dreadnought01 diffuse.dds. So this is actually found in the Stellaris game files because it's not included in the mod. So I've already isolated it. All you have to do is basically open up your Stellaris game files, navigate to where the textures are, and fish this out. And actually, the original texture is blue. Let's see. This is what the original texture looks like.
Okay.
So I don't know if you've ever played Stellaris, but there's like a ship you can find called like the Automated Dreadnought, I think, and this is its texture file.
Yeah, I hate that ship.
Okay, so you've played the game more than me because I've never actually seen this ship. But the point is, she used this texture file to make an entire ship set. So this is the only one we're going to need. So
Okay.
now that I've placed the texture file in the same location as the mesh, the 3D model viewer is able to load it. Now that's not important, but it's good to see the texture in the model viewer. Now this won't work for everything. If we click on this button right here, you can see that there are 3 objects in this file, in this mesh. This is actually quite simple. Empire warships can be quite convoluted. Like there's a lot of junk, hardpoints, and hitboxes and engines that you need to just delete.
Okay.
Like muzzle flashes are actually objects that are placed on Empire warships and some other things, but we're going to export everything. So file, save as, and I'm going to put it on the desktop. But this is the file type. So there's like a trillion different files that this thing can export it as. The one that I use to convert to X3 is Autodesk FBX. So a .fbx file is a type of 3D model. The 2011 ASCII is the one that I use. So I'm going to save it to the desktop. Now I've already done that. That's what I sent you. That's the first thing. So if we
Okay.
look on the desktop, if we open this in a text editor, this is our FBX file. Now um, most file types you can't open in a text file like this. You're just going to see hex data. It's going to be encrypted. But here you can see that there are going to be, you can search .dds and you can see all the references to the texture file. So in your file that I sent you, you're going to need to actually put in your path to your desktop.
Okay.
So you should go ahead and open your file in a text editor and do a replace all. That's something you know how to do, right? I would hope.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so just replace all. You should see bracket your path here, close bracket, and
Okay.
just
Yeah, I can
replace
see
all
that.
with the path to your desktop. And you should have these two files on your desktop as well, the fuse and the light.
Okay.
Okay, so the next thing we need to do, and we can do this beforehand or after, doesn't matter, but I like to work with a textured model at all times, is this is the texture file. And hold up, let me call this one purple. This one right here is the one from Stellaris itself, the blue one. So this is the actual texture file from Stellaris. Now, this is a diffuse map. So the diffuse map is the physical colorings that you see in the game. There's a bunch of different types of maps. There's a bump map, which is, I don't know if you know the term normal map, but it's an older version of modern normal maps. And that it's like a bluish type of map, and what it does is it shows the renderer uh, vertical offset, so you can have like a bumpy texture on things. So if you have like rivets in the ship, those could be like physically extruding from the ship based on the bump map. Now I don't really like how they look in X3, so I don't use bump maps. You can just have a ship with only a diffuse map, but at the bare minimum, I like to have a light map as well. And this is what a light map looks like. So this is only the parts of the ship that are going to glow. Now, I actually had to make this because the one from Stellaris, I think I couldn't use. I don't remember. It either didn't have one or he had a more modern format. But I'm going to go over real quick how to create one. So I already have a GIMP project saved with this texture file. So here's the texture file. Ignore the fact that it's purple. I have two layers. Now I don't know how good you are in Photoshop or GIMP. Are you aware of how to do layers and how to select things?
I have enough experience to at least know how to look at and delete and make layers, so I can figure it out.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, because I taught myself basically what I needed to know to do the light maps. So if I turn off the main surface, you can see I've isolated the parts that glow.
Yeah.
So basically, you just have to zoom in, get all the blue pixels, well, purple now, but blue. And what I do is, now that I have this, I can select everything and I can make it a color I want. So hue saturation. What color do you want our ship to be?
But green.
Okay, let's go green. Well, actually, you're going to have to do this to your light map.
Oh yeah, huh?
So anyway, we can save this as the new diffuse map, but we don't actually have to change the diffuse map because the way light maps are rendered in X3, the lights are going to be over the diffuse map. So even if the ship underneath is the original blue texture, the lights are all going to be green, so you won't actually see the blue.
That's right. I remember seeing that when I was messing with textures. All the lights are different.
Yeah, so we don't have to recolor the diffuse map. Now, if we wanted to add like stripes on the hull plating or put logos on the hull plating, like I think we put a Mandalorian logo on the Kildave. You'd have to put those on the hull plating here and then save the new diffuse map.
Okay.
But for the light map, what we need to do is we need to look at the main surface. We're going to black out the whole thing because the way a light map works is the way it reads it is if it's black, it's not going to emit any light. If it's anything other than black, it's going to emit light in that color. And X3's lighting system is pretty bad. A lot of ships are in darkness a lot of times because there's only one sun in most sectors. So the side
Yeah.
that's facing away from the sun, you don't want it to be pitch black. So it's good to have a light map. Even if a ship, so most Empire at War ships don't come with a light map. Most of them won't. So you'll have to make one from scratch, which is what I've been doing. So what I do is I just typically find like grider areas of a ship or like parts with pipes and all that, and I just select areas of it. I don't know if you see the Zygerian ship that I added for the separatists. Let me see if I can pull up that image.
I'm not sure if I have seen it.
Yeah, go to the Discord. Look in what is it? Sneak peeks. Yeah, from October 16. Look at that ship.
October 16. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it.
You see the white lights along the center and on the front
Yes.
of the wings. So that was a light map that I created, and basically you can just see those grider areas of the ship in the texture file, and it's very easy to just use select by color in those areas and make a good light map. So it's very good to have a light map because it looks really bad if you don't have any light map on a texture in X3.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, the thrusters should be glowing too. Okay, let me see. I'm going to actually shift this a little bit more because I think X3's green is a little bit darker than this. Actually, X3 has lime and dark green. I, but I don't know the lime thruster trail colors, so let's go with. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. What's a good green? More saturated? Oh, that's too much saturation. No, we don't want that. So you have Photoshop or GIMP? Because I've heard that.
I have Photoshop.
Okay, I heard that's a lot better. Okay, so another thing to do for the light map is you need to go to channels. Or hold up, let's merge the layer down. So merge down. So one layer, and if we go to channels, we need to delete the alpha channel. So the alpha channel creates this very pronounced like glowing effect. Let's see. I was debugging this a while back. Let me see if I can find it on the Discord. Let's see, 1 second. There was a. Yeah, if you go to. Or here, I'll copy it and paste it into dev chat. Oh, come on. Why is Discord not working for me? So do you see that image? That's what happens if you don't delete the alpha channel.
Oh, it's
creates
really like
this.
blurry and weird.
Yeah, it creates this like glare effect in X3.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is just delete it. So the alpha channel's
Okay.
gone. If I turn off visibility, this is what we have. So I'm going to export as, and I'm gonna call this light, and I'm going to save it as .dds. Now, there's something else called mipmaps, and what these are they're an automatically generated level of detail thing. So as you get farther away from the ship, it'll render in less resolution. Now the thing with X3 is that it does actually have mipmap functionality, but it looks really bad, and it doesn't seem to impact performance by not having mipmaps. So I don't use mipmaps.
Okay.
So all ships are just rendered at full resolution at all times. I mean, that's just basically how I've been doing things, and it seems to work pretty well. I mean, I know I have a good graphics card, but X3, it really looks bad if you have the mipmaps, and there's nothing you can do in the graphics settings to mitigate that. So we have our light map. Let's see. Yep, here it is. And let me put that on Google Drive for you. And I'll call this one green. And I've also downloaded this DDS viewer, so I can double click them and just it opens a preview window. You might want to get one of those too. I forget what this one was even called, but I'm sure if you Google like a DDS viewer, you'd be able to find it and install it.
Okay.
So that's how like this eye symbol that I can double click on. That's the DDS viewer. Okay, so there's the green light map. So we're done with that. The only other thing I like to do sometimes is I have Topaz Gigapixel and I upscale textures. And this texture is already a 2K texture. Oh, okay. It doesn't support DES, so you need a .img file. I mean PNG file. But I like to upscale textures so that Empire at Warships are very low resolution.
Yes, I have noticed that when I used to play it.
Yes, you need to upscale textures if you're going to use stuff from Empire at War. I wouldn't go above 2K for X3. I've tried 4K textures and like 12K, but it doesn't really make a visible difference in the game. So I've
Okay.
stopped, and the file size just gets massive. So I'm stopping at 2K.
How
Okay,
would you
so
recommend upscaling textures? Sorry.
you need Topaz Gigapixel. So let me give you an example.
Okay.
This is something that I bought. If you can just send me any image you want, and I can upscale it for you.
Okay, cool.
Let's see. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so if we take this image, it uses AI to upscale the image. So you have to use GIMP, export your DDS as a PNG, and then upscale the PNG, then convert it back. Now this didn't really work out that well, but it usually works. Yeah, it's not really like in this screenshot I took, but it usually works very well with texture files and things like that.
Okay, so it basically kind of just removes the blurry
Well, it
effect, I
physically,
guess.
well, no, it physically makes the image bigger. It adds pixels. So, when you make an image bigger, it just gets blurrier. This
Yes.
makes the image bigger and it uses AI to fill in the spaces between the pixels. So it looks like you're actually have a higher resolution image.
Oh, neat. This
So
was
yeah,
really cool.
it's something you have to buy. You can just send me any image you want to upscale, and I can get it done for you.
Okay.
Okay, so the point is, we have our FBX, and we have our texture files. So it's not actually set to use the light map yet. So let's name the light map properly. I'm gonna call this Dreadnought 01 Light, and I'm gonna call it G. So light green. Oh, why is purple in there? Okay, so we have Dreadnought 01 light green and Dreadnought diffuse. So the diffuse is what it's actually going to use, right? Because if we look in the file, this is what it's looking for. Dreadnought 01
Yes.
diffuse.dds. And this ship is only using the diffuse. So it's not set to use the light map because that's something we created. So if we go into Autodesk, we go to import, desktop, we find our machine01 science.fbx, hit OK on defaults. All right, here we have it. And it should be the blue texture.
Yes, I can see that on my end.
Okay, so this button, I don't know how hard it is to see my screen because it's a 4K display and Discord, I think, limits it to 720. But do you see this button under here under group? It looks like a list with the mouse cursor.
Select by name.
Select from scene, or yeah, select by name. Yeah, select by name. So
Okay.
this is a
Yeah, I see
useful
it.
menu. This is all the objects in the. So we have three objects here. First step is we're going
Yes.
to delete the blue Stellaris box. So you see these two buttons right here. The arrows in every direction. So select and rotate and select and move. These are very important. We're going to use these a lot.
Yes,
So
I see those too.
select and move. We're just going to click on the ship, and then you should see the X, Y, and Z pop up.
Yes.
So if you put your mouse over just the X, so that X is yellow, you can click and drag. So I'm just gonna pull the ship apart. So it looks like the ship is made out of two different objects, and we have the blue one. So I'm gonna click on the blue one and hit delete. We can get rid of that.
All right, deleted.
Okay, now let's move everything back to 000. So we can click on an object and type in the bottom right the coordinates.
Yes, that is something I do know how to do, fortunately.
Okay, so we could merge these two objects, but since they're already separated, X3 runs a lot better if you have multiple objects per ship. So this ship is actually going to be these two different halves rendered separately, but you won't be able to tell
Why
that
is that? Why does it run better with multiple objects?
Well,
If
you
you
know
know.
how some ships, like the Secutor, like freeze the game when they load in?
Yes,
It's
I'm
because
aware of
there's like a
that.
trillion polygons and the texture file is massive, and X3 has to load all of that before it can proceed. Now, a ship
Okay.
that has two separate parts, it'll load both of those parts at the same time. So
Okay.
it's like parallel processing. So it's good to have this. It's a pain to cut a ship up that doesn't have this. Most Empire warships will not have this, but Stellaris thankfully does, or at least this mod author, she made the ships have separate parts.
She is smart.
Yes, yeah, I can't believe all of these ships are made from one texture file. It's crazy. So
It's really cool
anyway,
though.
the
Yes.
next thing we're going to do is scale it. So now this is where you need to have dbox 2 installed, and I don't know what your status is on that, but I saw you had something.
I do have it installed.
Okay, so the utilities, max script, dbox 2,
Okay.
and your global settings. So this is where I have it pointed to the root and components file for my extracted X3. So I have the fully extracted X3, like the 30 gigabytes of crap.
Yes.
Um, so if you have yours there, we can import a scene. So we're going to need X3 Editor 2 for this. So if we go to, so I want this to kind of be like a light carrier, like an M7. Right, see it has this like hanger looking thing over here. We can actually cut that out and put a physical hanger in that. So that's what we're going to do. But
Okay.
we need a ship for reference. So we're going to import a Star Wars ship. So let's see. What's a ship we want? We could make this around the size of a, let's see, let's import the Victory Cruiser.
Okay.
So let me go to my extracted Star Wars OU, object ships, Star Wars ships, Empire, Victory. Okay, so you're gonna see scene and you're gonna see the objects, the Bob files. What you need to do is you need to have a BOD compiler tab open in your X3 Editor 2, drag in the Bob file, and convert it to BOD, B-O-D. So you should have a victory.bod. Basically, dbox 2 can't import the Bob files, but we want X3 to load them. So the Bob BOB file is a binary file that's not, we're not able to edit it and work with it, but we can work with the BOD file. But X3 needs to load the BOB file.
Okay.
Now X3 can work with the unencrypted or uncompressed BOD files, but if you look at the file size, you can see that BOB is a lot smaller. So that's the reason we put these in the game. And we use these for editing. So it's just a compression system, that's all it is.
Can you actually show me how to use the BOD compiler? I've actually never used it.
Okay, so let me close this. So you go to Plugins, BOD Compiler. It opens a tab for you. Let me know when you get that far.
Yes, I am all good there.
Okay, so navigate to your Victory Cruiser. It'll be in Star Wars, Star Wars OU, Object Ships, Star Wars Ships, Imperial Victory.
Okay, I am there, and I see the Bob file and the two scenes.
Yeah. So we're going to drag the Bob file into the converter. We're going to switch the mode to Bob to BOD and hit convert.
Okay.
And there it is. So we hit clear to
Okay.
clear this for further use. And then we have victory.bod. Now, another thing you should do, I guess since you haven't done it yet, is you should go to Objects, Ships, Props.
Oh, is this all like the engine and all the rest,
Yeah,
some of the rest of the
all the
stuff?
turrets and the guns. You're going to sort by file type, find every Bob file, and just drag them all in and convert them all. And that will just plop a BOD version of them all in your props file. Let's see, another one you should do is, yeah, you should do anim props, so animated props.
Okay, all the Bob files are now all BOD files.
Well, no, you created a copy that's a BOD file.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
that is what I meant.
And then you should do anim props as well. Get all the bobs. Those are all those spinning radar dishes.
Okay.
I was so proud when I figured out how to do the Virgilla, the bunker buster. I love that thing. The spinning radar is great, and I can
Yeah,
teach
they,
you
they
how
are,
to
they are very cool.
I can teach you how to make that later. I don't think this ship really calls for one, but it's not that hard to do.
Okay.
Let's see. Is there anything else you should extract? Well, basically, to load anything for X3, it has to be extracted into a BOD file. But the
Okay.
stuff that goes in the cat files that gets loaded as a part of the mod should be Bob format.
Okay. So
Okay,
Bob and
so
Bod. Got
we're
it.
going to import, and we're going to import the body. So we can import the scene, but that'll give us all the camera dummies, the turrets, everything. And because Victory only had one Bob file, or BOD file, I should say, sorry, Bob file, it's only one object. So it's not like this ship that has two halves. It's only got one. So we can filter type to body, hit import. We're going to find the Imperial Victory. So where's it? Imperial Victory. Victory.bod. And it'll take a minute to load it. So the ship right now is the size of a tiny missile.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, the Victory is very large.
Yeah. So basically I'm using this for reference. So something else we can do is we can go to these viewpoints and we can turn off grids. I don't recommend you ever um, I don't recommend you ever like change the perspective on these other viewpoints. You should only change
Okay.
the perspective in the bottom one, bottom right.
Gotcha.
Now we can actually set these other ones to render. So if we hit the drop down, we can statistics is useful, but we can change how it's rendered. Like we can change from the wireframe to let's see. Oh yeah, see where it says wireframe? We can change that to smooth highlights and it'll show the rendered ship. But we don't need to do that. So I'm going to drag the Victory to the right. And then I'm going to highlight the both objects of the machine ship. So if we look at the top, select and move, select and rotate, select and uniform scale. That is what we're going to use. So
Okay, I
this
see
is
that.
how we stretch and enlarge things. We want to select all three axes at a time. So just move your mouse so that everything is yellow and then click and drag. And then start it again. Now the ship is rotated up. So let's go ahead and go back to select and rotate. I'm first going to set all the rotation coordinates to 0, 0, 0, and that should be fine. Now, it's important that a ship is rotated correctly. If I hit home on the main view here, the ship should be facing away from us and to the left. That is the correct orientation for the ship. X3 considers that forward. And if you don't know, you can load in something else for reference. Okay, so it's a little
Okay.
bit too big. Let me just make it a little bit smaller. Let's see. I want another ship for reference, so I'm going to import another ship. Let's see, let me grab a Argon Cerberus. The Cerberus is a small M7. I want this kind of be in between the Victory and the Cerberus. So have you been able to do this so far?
Yes. The rotation took me a second, but I figured that out. So yeah, it's all rotated 000. I've upscaled mine to the length of the Victory, so I can change that, but
Yeah,
I
that's
did
up to
upscale it all
interpretation.
correctly.
Yeah. So a lot of these entitled Star Wars nerds like to tell me, oh no, this ship is wrong. It's supposed to be, 83 meters, point 0.5, and yours is not. And I just use relative scaling like this. So here we have the Argon Cerberus. Oh, I think we have two. I don't need two. Why did it import a trillion of them? Okay, so here's the Argon Cerberus. Let's
Okay.
make. Hmm. I think I have it maybe a tiny bit smaller. Remember, you got to select both objects. You want to keep them exactly the same size.
Yes, I do have both objects selected in the list. When I first upscaled it, it only upscaled like the front half or the front part. It's like, this does not look right. So I
Yeah.
fixed that.
Okay, so I think my ship is a good size. Um, See, the Cerberus has a cutout for the hangar.
Yes.
We're gonna make one of these cutouts too, and we're gonna put it right here. So I think actually, if I move the Cerberus into our machine ship, we could use this to judge the scale. Okay, so I think our ship needs to be a little bit bigger because the hangar is going to be a little bit too small. So I'm selecting object 1 and object 2 in the select by name to isolate our ship. Let's see. I kind of want it like that so that the fighter hangar is inside of the blue. Let's see. Let's just move the Cerberus a little bit. Yeah, we could stick a hangar in there. Okay, it's a little bit big at this point. I might want to actually just change this to an M1 at this point. Let's see, import. Let me just import an Argon Colossus so we have another reference. And of course, I don't have that extracted. So if I go to ships, Argon Colossus, hull.bob, convert to bod, clear. Now I can import it. Give it a second.
And I also extracted and put the Cerberus in for reference for me as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. You can use, so now you know how to open up existing ships. It's funny because this is actually the science ship. So the science ship is going to be a big doomsday carrier.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, the X3 ships have a bunch of different hull objects, and I think that's actually like level of detail. Yeah, so this thing is even bigger than the Colossus right now. So I think, yeah, it'll be an M1 carrier.
Can I send you a little screen snap real quick? Just
Yeah,
see
just post
if
it
I
in
got
the
the
main
hanger lined
channel.
up. So I think I got it lined up with the hanger on the Cerberus, and then with the little part we're gonna make into the hanger as well.
Yeah. So if you look on the Colossus, you see these holes that it has. These are the launch doors. We're going to put launch
Okay.
doors on the other side of our machine ship. See, where's the Colossus hangar? I don't know where it actually is. Oh, it's right above the launch doors. See, here's the hangar. and here are the launch doors. So something else that you can do, and something you might need to do, because a lot of Empire War models are sloppy and they have holes in the geometry, is you need to know how to edit the actual geometry. So if we go to the top right, we click on Modify, and we click on Vertex. This is every single vertex on the ship. So if we look at the antenna array, we can select these two vertices and we can physically move them.
Okay.
Now, I don't know how to actually do texture mapping, so I only know how to work with existing models that have an existing texture. So if you need to like add new things, I don't know how to do that. But you saw how I created those new Xenon ships. I basically just cut off, like I would cut off this antenna array from the Colossus and stick it on another ship, is what I would do. But basically what
Makes
we need to
sense.
do is, now these have nice rounded corners. I've actually not seen that in an X3 ship before. There is literally no reason to make these edges rounded like this. That makes it more tricky. But basically we need to get the size of this so we can make cutouts in our own model. But basically, you can use this. Another one is Element. If you click on Element, here, it generally selects like general shapes. See how it's selecting? It's able to isolate these antenna.
Yeah.
That's super
Actually,
useful.
would you actually be able to show me how to edit everything again? I
Yeah.
kind of
So if
missed
you
that a
go to
little
the
bit.
top right and click on Modify, so you have to have your Colossus selected.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
If you click Modify, so Vertex is the first mode, and you can actually delete them too. Like, um, something I would do for like Star Wars ships is, like, say this antenna array's here, but it's on like a round pedestal. I would delete all the antennas. So to do that, I would select the vertices. So I'm using this view to only select the vertices that are above that point. Delete, delete. Now we see we have a hole in the model here where the vertices used to be. So we can close that by selecting the top vertices and stretching. Now
Okay.
it's gonna look pretty bad unless we put some more care into it. But something I found is that a lot of the Star Wars models from the old Star Wars mod that I based this off of is they had so many imperfections in the models, holes. There were misaligned vertices. There were just gaps in all the models that I had to patch all of them. So stretching is one way to do it. Another way is to just leave the hole in the model and just stick a big turret on top or something. Or you can,
Makes sense.
yeah, we could like grab like this thing, whatever this thing is, like this section, this bridge looking section right here. We could stick another one of those on top of here. Basically, that's real basic model editing. I'm not going to go too much
Okay.
into that. So let's get out of that mode. I'm going to delete our Colossus. We're done with that. So let's see. Back to my notes. I have the size of a fighter hangar written down. Okay, so we need to create our fighter hangar in our machine ship. And I'm going to keep the
Okay.
Colossus here for reference. I mean the Cerberus for reference. So to do that, let's see. Gosh, I haven't done this for a while. Go to create a box, and we're gonna make it like that. So create top right, first tab, box. It'll have you drag out and then extrude. So the
I am actually having trouble finding the create and how to do that.
So do you see these tabs I'm clicking on at the top right?
Yeah, the utilities and all
Yeah,
that.
create should be the top left.
Oh, okay. It's a plus sign.
Okay, yeah, we have different versions then.
Yes, I see that, and I see box, spheres, cylinder, all that.
Okay, yeah, so create a box. Or actually, I might have to do this again. But the length of a fighter hanger, and I got this by measuring the Cerberus. And so
Okay.
here's how I did the math. I should teach you how to do this. Let's zoom in on the Cerberus. Come on. Oh, I'm not in move and select mode. So move and select. Now I can zoom in on the Cerberus. If we go to vertex and we look at the side, the Cerberus has nice rounded corners too. I think what I looked at was the Xenon J, actually. Yeah, let me get a Xenon J in here real quick. 1 second. Let's see, object ships, Xenon J. I didn't know the Argon ships were so fancy. I don't know why they have fancy hangar doors, because they get covered up anyway. Alright, my 3DS is loading a Xenon J. Okay, let's delete the redundant objects. Okay, so if we look at the back of the J, this is the fighter hangar door. And you
Okay.
can see it's a perfect rectangle. So if we go to vertex, you can click on this, and you see the coordinates in the bottom right.
Yes.
You can click on this. You can click on this. So you can do basic math to get the dimensions of the hangar door. So we're done with this for now. So let's go back to making our box. So create box. Length of a hangar door for fighters is 183.294. Width is 117.05. And height doesn't matter. Oh, hold up. Maybe you have to do it like this. 183.294. Okay, yeah, so click on a box and then you can edit it.
Okay.
Okay, and then height doesn't matter. Okay, so that's actually the launch bay. So that's one of these, the outputs. So another box, let's make a new box. And this one's going to be our hangar door, so the input. So it is going to be 501.949 by 120.521, and the height doesn't matter. Wait a minute, that doesn't look right. Launch door, hangar input. Oh, my height is just too small. Let's see. Actually, make the height. Can I not edit these? Okay, take 3. Create box. Let's do the launch door. So 117.05 by 183.294. And I'm going to make this 1,000. Oh my god, I messed it up again. See, this is what happens when you don't do this for like half a year. 183.294 and 1,000. So we clearly know which is the correct way. Okay, box. 120.521, 501.949 by 1,000. Okay, so these are the 2 sets of dimensions you should have.
What are the dimensions on the second one? Sorry, it's a little bit blurry, so I can't quite see the numbers.
Okay, so my red box, which is going to be the
Yes.
hangar, is 120.521. Width
Okay.
is 501.949.
Okay.
Height is 1,000. Height is
Got it.
arbitrary. Okay, and then the yellow box. Let's see. Oh, it's not gonna. Do you have the yellow box? or the small one?
Yes, I got the yellow box done when you were struggling with the red one.
Okay, so basically, and we got that by measuring the holes on the Xenon J. Now there
Yes.
are invisible hangers we can do. If you know that, like the Victory, it doesn't physically have X3 animated hanger doors in it. This fighters just disappear when they reach this area.
Yes,
That's
I have
invisible.
noticed that.
Yeah, so that's invisible docking ports. Those are super easy to do because you don't have to physically edit the model. But we're going to edit this model to put animated hanger doors in this one.
Okay.
Okay, so we can delete our Xenon J. Okay, so we have two objects here. We only want to edit the one that has the physical face that we're going to put the hanger in. So let's move this out of the way for now. All right, so let's take our red box. Let's rotate it. Let's see, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, nope, 90, okay, like that. All right, let's get the Victory out of here so it's not clogging my wireframe. So do you see how I'm using all three views here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to cut out the hanger. Now, do we want to, how precise do we want to make this? We could use math to center this, or we could eyeball it.
Uh,
That's what
just
actually what I
eyeball it
that's
now.
what I did. I typically do is I get the vertex here, get the midway point, and then I center it. But I kind of just want to eyeball it.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, up and down looks all right. Maybe a little bit farther down for me. Okay, I think yeah, that's all right. Now we'd want to make sure we're not like gutting anything else in the ship, but the we do want to leave a sufficient cavity because the X3 hanger has a the X3 hanger actually goes into the ship a bit. So if you only cut out like the surface and there's a bunch of other crap blocking the way, you're physically gonna fly into that crap inside the hanger.
Then blow up, I take it.
Yes, if you're not autopilot docking. Okay,
Okay.
so we're gonna select. Let's see, how do I do this? So you select both objects by holding Control. Sorry if you hear my phone going off. The
Oh, no worries.
My microphone is actually my cell phone. So
Oh, I actually did not notice. Your microphone sounds pretty good.
okay, good. Modify. Where was it? Create. We're looking for. Oh, hey, we have a panda. Hey, I am recording this in case anyone in the X3 community wants to learn how to do this. What we're doing is we're making a new ship. We're cutting out the hanger right now. So what we're looking for, Pearls, is binary operation. So I think it's in. I forget where it is. There's a. I think it's in modify. Let's see. Let me know if you see it. We're looking for binary. Gosh, I don't remember. It's been ages since I've done this.
I do not see anything. And we're supposed to have both objects selected, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Hold on. Where is it? Lights. No. I should have studied for this. Why? I should have run through this.
It is a-okay. We're learning together.
Yeah. Relearning. I hate having to relearn.
And apparently Panda said he can't hear what you're saying.
Can you hear us now? Why can I not find this dang thing? Shit. Why is it? I know it's supposed to be here. Oh, hey, he can hear us now. So we're making a ship. I'm very rusty on this. I haven't done this in months, but I will have this recorded if not on YouTube, but I'll have it recorded if anyone in the X3 community wants to learn this eventually. We're making
I'm sure I'll be watching this about 1,000 times to learn this.
Yeah, if you do watch it, make sure to save some timestamps. So this is an Argon Cerberus. This is the hangar. We're making a similar hangar in our ship. We're about to cut it out, but we're trying to find the binary operand, and I don't remember where it is. Oh, Boolean. Sorry, not binary. Boolean. Okay, compound objects. So it's in create, compound objects, Boolean. Okay, and we want to do subtraction A minus B. So do you have this open?
I'm at the create and then compound objects, but Boolean is grayed out for me.
Select something. Select your box and then go to Boolean.
Okay, so I don't need to have the actual hanger object or the object number 1 or whatever selected, just the box.
Yeah, just the box.
Boolean. Okay, I have that.
Okay, B minus A, and then hold on. You might have to have both selected. But this is it. Huh, it doesn't let you do it. Why does it not let you do it? Oh, pick operand B. So actually, we want to do B minus A because we're doing ship minus the red cube. So B minus A with the cube selected, pick operand B, and then click on the ship. And then hit no. Oh, crap. Okay, we're going to click on the ship and do ship minus box then. So click on the ship, Boolean, A minus B, pick operand B, click on the cube. There we go, bingo. Now we have our hangar. And you can see inside the ship, there's actually like a second layer. And that's just because this like extruded part was built on top of the inner part. So if it's good that we cut through the inner part, that way when you're going in to dock your fighter, you're not going to fly into this inner wall.
Yes.
Okay, so the hangar's there. So now let's go on the other side and take our, sorry about that, people texting me. Let's take our yellow box and let's cut out some doors on the other side, some launch doors. So we need to rotate it 90, 90. Let's see. Okay, so we're only going to have room for about 2 of them on this side if we go down this route. We could do, let's see, I'm going to take this other chunk and put it back just for now. Let's see, where would it make sense to launch fighters from? We could have launch doors up here at an angle. That would be, it's actually a little tricky to do them at an angle, but we could do that. Like the Argon Colossus has a group of 4. I mean, we could put like a group, like pairs on here. I want them inside the ring though. Let's see. It's not really... We could launch them off the bottom half of this ship.
Sorry, would you mind taking one step back with the Boolean thing. I understood what you said, but I can't quite get it to work.
Okay, so you have your box inserted into the ship, right?
Okay, it actually has to be into the ship. That would be the problem.
Ah, crap. Okay, so I'm using a an old version of 3ds Max, and this is the 32-bit version. If I right click, the right click menu glitches out and it stays
Oh boy.
on my screen. Like it literally stays over everything. So I have to restart my system. But first, we need to export this model and save it. So that happened. Okay, so we need more fighter launch doors than just two if this is going to be an M1 class ship. Or you know what? Do we really need more? Why is this not at 000?
I figured it out.
You got it?
Yes, it took me a good minute, but yes, I figured it out.
Okay, awesome. So we can actually put the fighter launch doors in the front half of the ship as well. I'm just thinking. I don't know where we're gonna put these fighter launch doors. Oh, you know what? This face right here. You see where I'm looking at?
It's very pixely, so not really.
Okay, let me
I can see where your mouse is though, so if you want to circle it, okay,
here.
yes, I can see that.
See that? I'm thinking we line them up on the side here, and then we line them up on the other side. So we have 6 fighter launch bays coming out the back. Now, the thing with X3 is that you can't have multiple inputs. So we can't have 2 input hangars on each side. Even if we do
Okay.
put 2 of them in, it's only going to use one. But you know what? We should create 2 just so that the ship appears to have 2 and it doesn't have blank on one side, right?
Yes.
I hear. Sounds like your microphone's working. I don't know. We'll see if he figures it out. Let's see. Yeah, I think it'll be fine if we just have a hanger on one side. But the point is, if you add more than one input, it's only going to use one ever. So
Okay.
you can have as many outputs as you want, but only one input. Now, we're only dealing with fighters here. So if we had a medium ship input, like for freighters and corvettes, that would be much bigger. This ship is not big enough to accommodate that kind of docking, so I'm not adding it. But
Makes sense.
we could add that as well. The Argon Excalibur is a good example of those bigger docking ones. Okay, so this is another thing we need to consider. When the ship is assembled, we're going to have this little lip here blocking. So we're going to need to put the hangar doors. We could do that. It's cutting it a bit close. I'm not sure if I like that. Because the hangar door has like a lip that comes out over the top.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we could yeah, we could put a cluster of them here. Like 3 down the line. So that's 6 total. Yeah, I'm going with this in the black section of the back.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get this section of the ship out of the way. Get out of the way. Okay, now unfortunately, I can't clone this box because it. To do that, you need the right click menu. Yeah, the best part is the right click menu works in the 64-bit version, which I also have installed, but Dbox 2 doesn't work with this 64-bit version. So
Oh, well, that's odd.
it's very, very fun to deal with that stuff. So I just need to create like 6 more boxes real quick.
I'll just
Okay.
be over here cloning them all.
Yep. Okay.
Are the launch doors going to be our kind of, I guess, output hangers?
Yes, the fighters are going to shoot
Okay.
out of these. So this is actually going to be very similar to the Argon Colossus. So 117.05. And these aren't hangers on their own, they're just holes in the model where the hangers are going to go.
Okay.
Okay, so do you have all your things cloned? Because we should do this a smart way.
Yes, I have them all cloned right next to where you said we're going to put them in.
Okay, so I'm going to highlight all the boxes. I'm going to set them all to 0, 0, 0. I'm going to set all their rotations the same. Why are they not all at 0, 0, 0? Okay, so now they're all exactly in the same spot.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to, because we want it to be completely symmetrical on each side of the ship. Before I do the cutouts, let's see. Box 3 and 4. Or here, box 3. Let's see. I want them to be uniformly spaced. So Z is 139. Let's do negative 139. Okay, and then I have a calculator here. Let's see, 139.316 minus. Minus 300. Let's make each one 300 apart. So this will be. Okay, no, 300 is too much. Let's do 200. So I'll put this one at negative 60.684. Okay, and then this one will be at negative 260.684. Okay, so now they're evenly spaced. So I'm selecting them all, center them. Okay, so I have mine evenly spaced and somewhat centered. And actually, we don't need all 6 boxes if these just reach all the way through the ship like this. Yeah, we only need 3 boxes. Okay, so do you see what I've done?
Yeah, you made the box and it goes all the way through.
Okay, so actually, we can make this a lot easier. So we're going to combine these boxes into one object. So go to the utilities. We're going to collapse and hit collapse selected. So now all of these boxes are a single object.
All right, can you do that one more time? I did not quite get that.
Okay, so select all of your boxes.
Yes, I have all 3
Okay,
selected.
then we're going to go to utilities. And instead of max
Utilities.
script, we're going to go to collapse.
Collapse.
Collapse selected.
Okay.
So now they're all a single object. Now, you can use that feature to combine objects. However, it royally screws up your textures.
Got it. So don't do that.
Well, we can do it with the boxes. It doesn't preserve the texture mapping. Like, it keeps the one from the first object and it pastes it all over the others, and they're not mapped correctly.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to do the Boolean operation. So we're going to go to create compound objects Boolean, select the ship, A minus B, operand B is going to be the squares. Okay, so now we have a Swiss cheese ship. Wait a minute, what the hell? What the hell is this? How did that happen? What? Okay, somehow my middle box is it's got a slanted top.
Oh.
Now, I can actually fix this by going into vertex mode. So I'm going to select my ship. I'm going to go to vertex. Where's vertex mode? Now the question is, which one is the right one? I think this one's the right one. So Z is 0. No, that's not right. Why can I not click on selected move? Because it's not in editable poly mode. Gosh, I don't know what happened, but mine got really messed up. Okay, well, I need to export mine and re-import it because I need to restart 3ds Max. But we're at the
No
point.
worries.
We're at the point now where we're ready to export. So I'm
Okay.
going to set this back to 0, 0, 0.
So the only thing is, I'm having issues with the Boolean thing with the 3 boxes. I would do the exact same thing I did for the hanger, and the whole model disappears.
Huh. Are you sure
So
you're?
yeah,
So you should have the ship selected. Do A minus
yes, I have the
B.
ship selected.
Operand B is the cubes.
So for the 2020 version, it has different operand parameters like union, intersect, subtract, which I use subtract.
Right. Yeah. You want
So
to
I
use
subtract
subtract.
that. Yeah. So yeah. So while you do that, I'll figure out what's going on.
Well, no, you need to figure this out because this next step is very complicated. A lot can go wrong. A lot can
Yeah, I
go
don't know why
wrong.
it keeps just disappearing the whole back half of the ship.
Huh. You could share your screen if you want, and I can probably look at it. Why is this not
Yeah, I can do that.
editable poly anymore? I don't know what happened. Oh, that blue outline is obnoxious.
Okay, so basically the 3 boxes are here.
Yes.
They go all the way through.
Yeah, that's
So I
good.
select the ship,
Hey, you might want to move them.
Boolean.
You might want to move them towards the engines a little bit more. You don't want the. Yeah, it just because the hangar doors do have a. They do extend over the edge a little bit, so.
Gotcha.
So
So yes, then I hit
Boolean.
Boolean, and what I did was I hit subtract, then I add an operand,
Yeah.
select the boxes, and now it worked. Okay, well, I think you just had to see it
Yeah.
happen.
Glad I could help.
I did, that was the exact same thing that I did. Apparently not. Apparently not.
I'm seriously confused though. Am I still live?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm seriously confused though why mine got turned into some kind of rhombus thing. Okay, but now we're ready. I've deleted all other objects. So the only 2 objects we should have are object 1 and object 2, which are the 2 whole parts.
Okay.
So let's see, is this the front half? Yeah, this is the front half. So what is this? This is object. So my object 2 is the front half. So before we extract as a BOD file, there's a few things we have to do. If you do any kind of resizing, any kind of vertex edits, it's not going to save those changes unless we go to, so just have object 2 selected, go to collapse, collapse selected, so collapse itself, and then go to reset X transform and reset selected.
Okay. I did both those.
Now something else that we didn't do because I think it's fine is the ship's center of rotation. Like this looks fine. It's already pretty centered. But say the ship's center of rotation was back here, right?
Yeah.
That would cause some problems. So what you actually do to change that is it's called the pivot point. If you go to hierarchy, you affect pivot only. This is the pivot point. So if I were to move
Okay.
the pivot point like here, and then I were to like rotate this object, see, it thinks that the pivot point is the center of rotation.
Okay.
So
That makes sense.
if it's a bad pivot point, you can click center to object, which is right here, and it'll automatically put the pivot point at the center of the object. Now, sometimes you want to manually put the pivot point somewhere logical. There's a few ships that have weird geometry, and you want to manually place the pivot point where you want the ship to rotate around. But both of our objects have the same pivot point. That's the important part. And once you do change the pivot point, you have to reset the ship to 0, 0, 0. Because what 0, 0, 0 means is that is the location of the pivot point.
Okay, that
So
makes
when you
sense.
set the ship's coordinates to that, it's setting the pivot point to that. Okay, so pivot points are good for this ship. We don't have to do that. So for the front half of the object, object 2, let's just do it again. Collapse, collapse selected. Reset X transform, reset selected. And this is after doing all your resizing, vertex edits, and pivot point adjustments. Yes. So that one's done. Now let's go to object 1. Collapse, collapse selected, reset X transform. So you know how when you initially loaded this in, it was facing up and it was tiny?
Yeah.
This reset X transform applies the changes. Okay, so now we're ready to export. So let's select object 2, utilities, dbox 2. Let's see, Mac script. So we're going to export as body. Export selected. We're going to call this front or hull underscore front. Okay, and then we're going to click on the back half. And we're going to call this.
And I am confused. So I don't know what it is with this version of 3ds Max, but I did the collapse and then collapse selected, and it just it did not delete it because I can still see the object and then the list, but I can't see the object. And I did the same thing with object 2 and it's still here, but object 1 is missing.
Why would that be?
It's a wonderful question.
Do I need to look at it again?
Yeah, you probably just have to look at it and then it'll pop up, but
okay.
So, as you can see, here's the front half, or the front part. Object 2. Object 1 is still in the list, and it shows that it's... Yeah, I don't know what happened.
It's a tiny little thing. You need to undo a few steps.
The hard part is that when I undo it, it doesn't pop back up.
Crap.
At least when I was doing it. I'm pressing undo, just hoping something happens.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame.
So is there something wrong that I did with it, or is it did the program just decide to delete it?
Version. The collapse feature is probably a little different.
Okay.
I don't fully understand what happened. Well, I can send you the bod files from my ship.
Okay. But I at least understand how to do all that. So chances are, hopefully next time I have to do that, it'll work.
Yeah, but... and it's on record what I did. So, yeah, that's a shame. Oh, another thing you can do is if you want to see the ship, how it actually appears, you can go to rendering render. And this is like the actual texture. And then you can go to render setup and make it like a much bigger resolution than this.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
Like this is what it actually looks like in game. So, and there is like an environmental lighting you can set in here, and you can actually view the light maps glowing, but it doesn't show up very well in the render window. And I'm sure there's ways to do it properly. Like there's a lot of rendering stuff you can do, but I prefer to just pop it in the game. Okay, so before we delete this ship, I am going to, now just bear with me for these next few steps. I'm going to move this out of the way. I'm going to import. So first of all, here's our two bod files. So here they are. We don't need material 3. So this is a tricky part, and this is going to be extremely confusing. But what this
Okay.
is we're very lucky that this ship only had one texture file from the FBX. This is the texture reference for the front half of the ship. This is the texture reference for the second half of the ship. Now I know they're both here, and this is the texture reference for that blue thing that we deleted, the collision box. So we're actually going to delete that because it's not needed. We're also going to delete the path because the path will bug it out. So now that there is only a DDS, it's going to look in X3's DDS folder. So I'm going to do that with
Okay.
the back half as well. I'm going to delete this material 3. Now, you'll find ships that have these models are very nice, very professionally made. You won't find that with Empire War. Empire War is just a wild card of all kinds of crap. So I can help you out with that as needed, but that one's going to be pretty tricky. So let's see, where is my... Okay, so I'm putting it in my extracted Star Wars OU. Let's see. The one I used was diffuse and light green. Now, light green is not actually set to be used by the ship yet. So that's what I like to do that in a second step. We could have done it before we exported, but I don't like to do that just yet. Okay, so back to 3DS. Actually, I'm going to well, hold up. I'm not going to restart 3DS yet because we still have this. We need to keep this here because we don't know if it exported correctly. So I'm going to import body. I'm going to go to my desktop. I'm going to find, let's see, hull front. Okay, there it is. It's got the right size. So here is where, if you didn't do it correctly, you'll import this and it'll be a completely wrong size. Or it'll
Okay.
be, it'll be messed up. But we did the reset X transform, so it's good. So let me import another body. Let's import hull back. Okay, and there it is. Now I am going to, so I can safely restart 3DS now. I need to fix my hangers. We finally got rid of that glitch right click menu. So dbox 2 import. I'll hand you the body files if you're not able to
Okay.
figure yours out once they're final. They're not final yet. So I'm going to import my hull back, and I'm going to fix the weird vertices stuff. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to take the Z coordinate from this one and shift up the other one. So that's that, like that. So did you see how I did that?
Could you do it one more time?
Okay, so here's my crooked middle hanger door.
Yes.
So I copied the Z coordinate from this guy, which is correct, and I just pasted it here. So that moves that up and straightens it out.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
So remember, now that I've done that, I need to do collapse selected, and then reset X transform, and now I can re-export it as a bot again.
Oh yeah, and then I exported the front part of the ship, and that imports back correctly. So I at least know how to do that. It just for some reason the back decided to just not work.
I
So
see. Well, I'm gonna have to give you my front and back because I can't give you my back because we didn't resize ours exactly the
yeah,
same.
yeah, that is fine.
Okay. So never remember, always when you export, leave your whatever you edited open and re-import it before you delete this, and always re-import it first thing to check because you will mess it up. It will happen. Okay, so we're good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to close everything, and oh here I can give you these so that you can follow along. These are not
Okay,
finished because they don't incorporate the light map yet.
that is a-okay. It's better than what I have, so I'll take it.
Okay. So remember, we got rid of the path, so it's just looking for the DDS files.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to import, let's just work with the front one first, whole front. And we're only going to work with the front one. So we're going to go to Material Editor. So it should be a button towards the right of the top toolbar. And you should only have one thing we're looking at. Let me know when you have that open.
What would the button look like for the material
It's
editor?
a checkered sphere or checkered circle.
Um, oh, there we go. The icon's slightly different. See, I found it.
Oh, yours looks completely different. Slate material editor. What is that? What is under this? Close this, would you? What did you click on? I'm looking at your screen now.
They're right here where the mouse is. It's two
Yeah.
checkered spheres going into whatever that is.
Okay, click on that. Ah, yeah, this is completely new. Um, shoot. Okay, you're gonna have to figure out how to follow along here.
That is a-okay. I'm
So
used to it.
I have one material here. The rest are blank, and you can go to Utilities, Reset Editor Slots, and that'll clear them all. To select a material, we're going to hit the eyedropper, click on our ship. So here's our ship's textures. Um, I'm just going to go through this. You can figure out how to do it on your version in your own
Yep, that's
time if you're
fine.
not able to do it now. So we have two materials because it's defined that way from the FBX because there were two objects. We can, I don't know which one this ship is actually using, but it doesn't matter. We can just leave both of them. Actually, no, we should only have one. So you render, drag it onto the ship to apply it, render. Okay, so the first material is not being used.
Okay.
So we can actually delete this ship. Let's go back to the whole front. We can delete material 0 and change this to a 0. So now if we import the whole front, now of course you should be backing all this up as we do it. So what we did was we got rid of the unused stuff. So for every entry, in the 3D model viewer, the first step, for every entry, for every object, so there was front, back, and a collision box, there's going to be an entry in the material editor. So even though this ship only uses this single texture file, it's going to have those broken entries that we need to delete. So now we only have the one entry that it's actually using, which is this submaterial 1 standard. So we're going to click on the submaterial. So this is where we can apply the map. So if we go to maps, you can see the diffuse map is defined. A bump is where we'd set the bump map if we have one. I don't like bump maps in X3. I think they look bad, at least for modded ships. And we don't have one, so that's another issue. Some models, the modern technique is to use normal maps, which X3 doesn't support. So we don't have a bump map. That's fine. Self-illumination, we're going to check that. And that's going to be our light map. So we click on bitmap, and then it's going to ask us to specify. We're going to go to desktop. We're going to find our light map, Dreadnought 01 light green. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the submaterial. So now we have our diffuse and our light map. And that's the bare minimum you need. X3 also supports specular maps, which define glossiness on a ship for different areas. So if you had like all the Argon ships, on high graphic settings, they're all very sleek and glossy.
Yes.
That's due to the spec maps in their textures. We don't have to make a spec map. We can actually go to the the submaterial, and we can set a global glossiness level. But we also need to set these global ambients to 0. And we can set the specular. The specular is going to be the glossiness. And this is a metal ship, so it's not like some kind of weird boron bioship, so it is metal, so I am going to make it a little bit shiny. So glossiness, we'll set that to 40. Specular, let's see. Yeah, sure. We'll drag it on the ship. So render. Okay, now the first thing you should look out for is in the render window, you can see the ship clearly. There'd be an issue if we had weird settings where you'd see like super reflection on here. But the best way to judge this is to go into the game. Okay, so we applied that. Let's go ahead and re-export this. So we don't have to do collapse and all that again. We're going to export selected as hull front. Now if we open hull front, it added stuff to our material 6 line. So we have our diffuse map, but we also have a new light map. So we're going to delete the path to that light map. Okay, and our whole front is done. And these parameters here are so here's the global glossiness I set, the global spec level. Here's the global spec level I set. I guess I should change that comment to submaterial 0. But basically, it all gets exported out to here. Now, there are a lot of texture properties in 3ds, and X3 doesn't support all of them. X3 only supports the ones that get put into this material 6 line. Now, of course, this isn't documented anywhere. I know a few of these, what they do, but I wouldn't try to make like super advanced texture properties. I just stick to light maps, bump maps, and spec maps if possible. Okay, so we're going to repeat that for hull back. Okay, so here's hull back, material editor. We're going to clear it. Always clear the material editor before you look at a new ship object. And the way I discovered that it was only using, remember there's duplicate entries. One of them is a wasted entry that's just a leftover from the FBX process. The way to figure out which one is the one it's using is you just turn one of them off, render, okay, that shows up, and then we turn the other one on, render, nothing. So we know that only the front one is being used. So we can go into holdback, delete the second material 6 line, and then re-import it. Now, I personally like to manually edit these BOD files quite a bit. I find it easier than using the 3ds Max, but technically everything should be able to be done in 3ds. So now we have one submaterial. Gonna set the same thing here, ambient all 0. I think I set this to 30. 40. And I'll set the light map. Okay, so that's set. Export selected as holdback. And we'll delete the path in our material 6 line. Okay, so material 0. All of our BOD files are complete. I'm going to put them in the Discord for you. So now our model is done. Now all we have to do is make the scene file. This is the fun part. This is the props.
Okay.
So let me just look at the ship. So I'm going to import hull front and import hull back. The second set of files on the Discord are the ones that are correct. They're final. So I'm actually going to make a new folder. So I'm going to go to Object Ships, and I'm going to make a new folder in Object Ships called Stellaris. I guess I'll make that lowercase. Stellaris, and then I will call it Machine Science M1. So in here, I'm going to put the BOD files. And we're going to make a scene file. But before we make a scene, what I like to do is I just like to mentally write down. Well, I physically have a sticky note and a pencil. I'm going to write down what this ship needs. So it's going to need a main camera dummy. But let's see. Let's import. So, here. Go ahead and get to where I am. So just import both of those BOD files.
All right, just a moment.
Gosh, it's already been an hour and a half and we haven't even started the scene file.
Oh boy.
You up for another hour and a half? 'Cause we're making good progress.
I don't think I have too much going on.
All right, awesome.
So the one thing is that when I import the two files, they have no texture to them. I don't know what I did wrong there.
No, that's fine. That's because your
but-
extracted X3 directory doesn't have them in the DDS folder yet.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, go ahead and put them in the DDS folder.
Will do.
So the light map and the diffuse. And it's looking for the light map called light_green. So you could manually edit the Bob file and change that. Like if we were to make ship skins, like if we had an artist that could actually, make cool looking redesigns of the ship textures, the diffuse maps, you would call it like diffuse alt, and then you would just change. You wouldn't even need 3ds. You just open the Bob file and just change the name of the diffuse file in there. Okay, so now if you reload them, re-import them into 3ds, they should work. Nothing?
Still nothing. What did I do?
Okay, open the Bob files in Notepad and make sure that the names of those DDS files are the same. Are you sure the Bob files you are importing are the second set that I put in the Discord?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, get rid of the first set if you have those. All right, let me look at your
Just
stream.
just to make
So
sure I'm gonna re-download the new ones. There we go.
glad I could help by watching. It's funny how that works.
Yeah, I also changed the name of the textures to make sure they actually fit correctly. So, but yes, it seems like every single time that
Glad
you
I could
pop in,
help.
it works.
It's funny that your
All
diffuse
right.
is the purple file, mine's the blue one. But it doesn't matter because the light map, the only colored part, it's not like the hull is the same colored in both of those diffuse files, so the only
Yeah.
colored part is going to be overridden by the light map anyway. It's impossible to see under the light map. So even though your ship is technically purple, on all X3 graphic settings, it's going to appear green because of the light map. All right, anyway, so time to make our shopping list. So go to import body, go
Okay.
to your extracted Star Wars OU, go to object ships props. All right, let's pick out a turret. I think so. Argon turrets are black and they typically go good with a lot of things. So the two we have to work. So we have M1 turrets and M7 turrets. The only difference is the size. They're the same models. So you
Okay.
want to import the dummy. So M1 turret A dummy. Let's import that.
Okay. I see that.
All right, let's just get a sense for the size. Okay, that's good. The M7 turrets are going to be too small. So let's import Argon M1 turret B dummy. Okay, so we have our two turrets. So these are the two I want to use. There are a bunch of different ones. So remember, just import the dummies. Big Turret 4 is another good one. I like that one a lot. It's used on a lot of Xenon ships. Let's see, Big Turret 4 dummy. But yeah, you on your own time, you'll just have to experiment with these and take a look at what all the turrets look like. Big Turret 4 might actually be a good one too. I don't know. What do you think?
Um,
And
no, I mean, I have both. I have Argon turret A and B up. I like the look of A. I feel like that could look good on kind of the sides, maybe.
yeah, this is not my decision. We're both going to work together to make the ship what it is. And this is all
Oh,
completely
I, I,
arbitrary.
I'm terrible with design though, so I'm kind of
Okay.
questioning what I
So,
think.
because this ship just reeks of UNSC frigate,
Yes, it
I'm
does.
thinking this front section is going to be the Mac cannon.
Yeah,
um,
sounds good to me.
it's going. We're going to put an invisible weapon here. So that is not a visible prop. We're going to put an invisible weapon here, and that'll be the main gun. So that'll be the main guns that fire when you're in the cockpit and you hit the fire
Okay.
button. So they're going to shoot down the rail, and we'll put like eight. It'll have 8 weapon slots. So that'll be the main gun. So it's already going to have some forward firepower. Let's see. We can line up. So Argon turret Bs are very good for. They're very good for top and bottom turrets because you can just stick them pointing upward like this. We can. Let's see. I don't think this ship should have a lot of broadside capability. Okay, so we have an Argon turret B. I think we should have maybe 3 of them on the top of the ship, just spread out.
Okay.
So we're not actually placing the turrets yet. We're just using them to get a sense. What I'm doing is I'm making a physical shopping list. So we're going to need 3 Argon M1B on the top. Let's see, on the bottom, what are we going to want on the bottom? And remember, we don't have to give it a turret in every direction. But I think, see this area right here that I'm circling with my mouse and this
Yeah.
area? We'll
All
put
the
2
flat
turrets
areas.
on the bottom. So 2 Argon M1 bottom. M1Bs on the bottom. Okay, now for the sides. Oh, so 8 invisible, or so 1 invisible weapon. Front, or main, because front turrets and main are not the same. Okay, now for side turrets. How good is this going to look if we put it like this? And then we move that out here. I'm not sure if this will look good or not. So, but we can check it by rendering. That looks terrible. You see my render window?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. So we're not going to put anything on there. Let's see. We could. Okay, we could use this little shelf here. I'm going to put a big turret on there. Okay, yeah, we could use this little shelf for big turrets. Okay, so we'll have 2 big turrets facing left and 2 facing right. See what I'm doing here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so 2 big turret for dummy.
Would you like to look at my screen real quick and see what you think
Yes.
of the Argon turret A on that little shelf? I rendered it, so
I kind of like big turret. Well, see, it's up. Well, here you can use Argon turret. I'll use big turret. It's personal
yeah,
preference.
yeah,
I think Argon it contrasts with the hull too much.
yeah, that is fair.
It's up to you. Argon has lights on it. Big turret does not. And we can look at the other turrets. And this thing is, I kind of mentally know what all the other turrets look like because I've been doing this so long. But another one is the Paranid actually have a quad turret. So if you look at Paranid M1 turret B dummy, it's a quad laser turret. So it's a good way to add a lot of firepower in a small area. I don't know if you know the Star Wars OU Carrack. That has a Paranid quad turret on this. Actually, okay, it's a turret A dummy. Paranid turret A. But even though it looks like this in the editor, remember, Paranid ships have this like chrome reflective finish to them.
Yeah.
So it's going to look like that in the game. But those are nice turrets. They're mounted like Argon turret Bs, where they're facing away from their mount.
Okay.
But just keep in mind that those exist. We're not going to use them on this ship. At least I don't think we should. ATF turrets might also be good, but I think they have some obnoxious lights that make them hard to use on ships. Let's see, ATF turrets. The problem with the ATF turrets is that their lights are not going to match the green lights of our machine ship here. Yeah, it's going to be that. Yeah, I don't like the ATF turret. And the boron turrets are pretty much impossible to use on modded ships because they're green and organic. Yaki turrets
See.
are actually, let's Let's see. I do like the Yaki turrets. They're very wide. Ah, crap, I right-clicked. Yep, I screwed my 3DS. Yeah, so this is what a Yaki turret looks like. You can see my screen. It's very wide and short. I think Argon A and B and Big Turret 4 are all we need for this ship.
I would agree.
Okay, now I don't. We could put a front turret overlooking the top of the front of the ship like this, right? Like, see my screen. We could put a turret here.
Yes.
I kind of don't want to do that because I think all the forward firepower should come out of the Mat cannon.
Yeah.
Um, and it's a carrier, right? M1 classes aren't supposed to have tons of firepower. Hence why we're limiting the side turrets to... Actually, we have another shelf here in the back. We could put another quad laser here. So what we could do is we could give it a lot of turrets, but limit it to like Corvette weapons on the sides. Or we could give it a ton of turrets and give it good weapons, but then give it crap weapon energy. So there's plenty of ways to balance this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should have a big turret. Or here, instead of having 2 per shelf, we'll have 1 on the front shelf and then 1 on the back shelf. Like that. That'll look good if they're firing flak. Yeah, so we'll have 1 on the back shelf and 1 on the front shelf. So that's 2 turrets facing left. So 4 guns left, 4 guns right, 6 guns top, 4 guns bottom, 8 guns main. Do we want this thing to have a rear turret? Yeah, I think we should. There's kind of a space above the engine that's just begging
Yeah, I can see that.
It's just begging for an Argon type A to go there. Let's see. Okay, that'll work. Let's see, we have a Argon B in the back. Okay, so 1 Argon, Argon type A. Okay, then we need 3 engine emitters. We need 1 fighter input hangar. 6 fighter output hangars. And then, let's see. How many antenna points? So do you see these 2 antenna points in the back of the ship?
Yes, I do.
Perfect for blinking lights. Same with the front. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 blinky lights. 5 large blinky lights. Okay, what else on the shopping list? I think that's it. So I have a list of all the turrets we need. 3 engine emitters, 1 fighter input, 6 fighter outputs, 5 blinky lights, and I think that's it. Another thing we could do is we could mount rear turrets upside down on the back under the engines, but I think 1 is enough. I mean, this is an M1. It's not supposed to be super well armed.
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
Okay. So I think we're good then. It's time to start building the scene file.
Alrighty.
Okay, so I'm going to, well, first I need to restart my 3DS because I screwed the right click. So what I always do is I always make the scene in Notepad, and then I take it from I work on it from there. Tormox likes to make the scene by importing all the objects into 3DS and then exporting them as a scene and then fixing it later. I think it's much easier to do it in the text editor first. So let's see, in the Discord, here's the scene for the Pelta that I made. I keep this on my desktop as a reference. So if you look at my stream, we're going to call this to machine science. Or here, I should just capitalize the S. Underscore scene is the standard, and these are all
Okay.
.mod files. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is delete the exported marker. We're going to set this to the correct path. So for me, that is ships Stellaris, and then machine science. And this is going to be hull front. Okay, so let me double check that path. Now, machine science M1. Or here, we should call it M1 machine science. Okay, so that's the whole front object. The next thing that we need to include is the whole back object. So as I add these, so P is the index, so each one is an incrementing number. We're going to change this to whole back. Okay, so we have our whole front and whole back. Now the reason I use the Pelta as a reference is because the Pelta has a turret in every direction. So it has a camera dummy object already rotated in every possible direction that we need. So we're just going to delete what we don't need. So we don't need a front camera dummy because we don't have a front turret on this ship. So I'm going to delete that. I'm going to change this to 2 because we need to go in order, 0, 1, 2 all the way down. So the bridge is going to be our main camera dummy. That's what the player sees when they're in the ship. Let's see. We do have a right turret. We do have a rear. We do have a left. We do have top. We do have bottom. Okay. Now these external M4 docks. You know how on the Pelta you can dock fighters underneath it?
Yes.
That is external docking. We're not going to have any of that on our ship. We are going to have the launch doors. So we actually, these are called, let's see, I have my notes here. 19002. Here, actually, the better thing to do, let's just open the Argon Cerberus and take it from there. So.
Real quick, I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll be right back.
Let me know when you're back.
Okay, I'm back.
That was fast. Okay, so we're on. So we have our camera dummies and we have our ship objects. So I added the two ship objects. So the right side is our machine ship. The left side is the Cerberus for
Okay.
reference. So you should have the two. You should have whole front and whole back, and then you should have camera dummies for everything except the front turret, which I deleted because our ship doesn't have a front turret. So the way the scene file works, real quick rundown on the scene file. Each object has the index, which is just a number, which place it is in the file. That doesn't matter. This is the path to the object. So camera dummies are ship's props. The C, I don't fully understand what C is, but it doesn't seem to have an effect on other things. So I don't touch that. The second path is like a reference name that you can give it. This is inconsequential, but it helps in 3ds Max because otherwise they're all just going to be called camera dummy. But you'll see bridge, right, rear, left, top, bottom in 3ds, so you'll know which one is which.
Okay.
This doesn't change. This is X, Y, and Z. You can physically, before I was introduced to 3ds, I actually made scene files entirely in Notepad, and I placed objects like thrusters, all using this. These are the rotation values. The fourth one is actually also a rotation value, and I don't fully understand this format, but we'll get it from 3ds anyway. And then I don't know what these do, but they don't seem to be, I don't mess with them. They're always -1 and 1. So anyway, brief explanation on that. The next thing we need are the, I guess we can keep 3 engine emitters. So our ship only has 3 engines on it, so we don't need all of these. Let's change the index to 8, 9, and 10. Okay, now we need the, so what I'm doing is I'm not changing I'm not setting this to 0 or anything because we're going to do all that in 3ds. We're just making a list of things for it to load in.
Okay.
So if we look at the Cerberus here, you're going to see some things called, this object's name is 19027. This is actually the hangar input for fighters. So we're going to copy that. I have a very detailed post on the Ecosoft forums that goes over all of the different dock objects. So I can link you to that whenever you're making another ship. But this 19026, this is the output, the fighter output door. So our ship has 6 of them. That's 6, that's 6. So it'll be 12, 13. Okay, so we have 6 19026s. Those are the outputs. And I'm going to delete the name for these because it doesn't matter which one is which. It doesn't matter. You can put comments. See how the Cerberus has comments in its scene file? I don't really do that though. I don't see the need. Okay, so now for the turrets. We need an invisible weapon, so I'm going to copy this invisible weapon down here. And this will be the invisible weapon for the main, so I'm going to call it main. And we only need one of them, because the guns are only going to emit from that single point in the front. Okay, so that's our main. And now for right and left, we need big turret 4s. So to get big turret 4s, we're going to go to Xenon. The Xenon J has them, I think. Yeah. Let's see, big turret 4 dummy. Let's grab one of these from the Xenon J. Or I guess you're going to use Argon B.
I'll just kind of use whatever. So I'm looking at your view for most of this. I don't see it. So you're using a Cerberus scene file, you said?
Yeah, I got the doc objects from the Cerberus, and I opened up the Xenon J to get the big turret fours.
Okay. So looking into like the ships, Argon, Cerberus, I don't see a scene file in there. So that's where I'm kind of stuck.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, I'm looking at your point of view, so I can at least see what's happening, but I don't see it.
you don't have these? When you extracted Licube's cats, they should have had these in them.
Yeah, I extracted everything, so I don't know if it got lost somewhere or
Here's the
what.
J, and I'll give you the Cerberus. Okay, here's the Cerberus.
Gotcha.
I'll send you the machine ship scene file unfinished when I'm done anyway, just so we can be on the
Okay.
same page. Okay, so we're gonna have a big turret 4 on the, let's see, big turret 4 dummy, and I'm gonna call this big turret 4 dummy left 1, and then this one is gonna be left 2, and 20, and then 2 for the right. 21, 22, 21, 22. Yeah, this part's a little tedious, but it needs to be done right. Okay, so we have left and right turrets. Now we had 3. See, this is where the shopping list comes in. I'm looking at my shopping list and I'm like, okay, we need 3 Argon M1Bs for the top. So let's format this correctly. Yeah, sorry if I'm going super fast, but I've done this
That's okay.
a lot. Big turret 5. Why is this called? See, lazy EagleSoft or whoever made this scene file didn't do it right. Big turret top 1. Okay, and 24 for top 2. We had 3 turrets on the top, right?
Yes.
Okay. Top 3. Okay. And then we had 2 of these Argon Bs on the bottom. 26 and 27. Okay, and then 1 Argon A on the back. So I'm just gonna call this M1 turret A. Again, I don't recommend manually editing these, but I know it's just A and B, so it's safe to do that. So rear 1. Okay, and we don't need, so these props here, you know the Star Wars OU Hammerhead Corvette? You know how I put those animated guns on the front? That's what these are.
Yes.
M6 main gun statics. So instead of an
Okay.
invisible weapon, you could use M6 main gun statics. But they're too small to even be visible, like on a capital ship, so we're not going to use those. Alright, we can clear out the rest of the pelted stuff. We don't need that. Here's the spinning radar dish. We're not going to use that. And then you know how some engines just have the glowy ball and some have the fire that comes out of the thrusters?
Yes.
The glowy ball is the engine emitter. All ships
Okay.
should have that. Some ships additionally have the engine effects, the thrusters. So that's what these are. But we're not going to add these until after because 3DS does not like those. Okay, so our scene has everything it needs. So I'm going to put that in here. So this is version 1 of the scene file. So let's go back to 3DS. Hold up, I'm looking at the wrong window. let's close this scene file. Okay, so we're going to go to import. First of all, we're going to delete all objects. Max script, dbox2, importer, scene, not body. And make sure, okay, so make sure detach parts is not checked, okay?
Okay.
In dbox2, because if that is checked, it creates these duplicate, like, non-objects, like camera. I don't know, it's weird, don't do it. Just make sure detach parts is on. Okay, so we're gonna go to ships, Stellaris, M1 Machine Science, and open the scene file.
So it was the detached parts that you do not want checked?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Don't detach the parts.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so now we have our big mess of nonsense. Let me know when you get this far, once you load it in.
And my mess looks very different than your mess.
Let me see. What the hell is that?
I do not know.
No way. That's the hangers. Why? How? I have never gotten the hangers to show up in 3DS, ever. It's been a pain in my rear. I don't know how you have those visible. Oh, that's going to make your life so much easier.
Oh, well, that's good.
You extracted a Bob file somewhere that... Dang, okay. That's going to make it so much easier for you. Because for me, so any object that doesn't have geometry is a little green square. Those are little green squares for me. Dang. I don't know if that's the different version of 3DS or... You must have extracted a BOD file somewhere. But anyway, where's your ship?
It's the little box.
I know what the problem is. Because my ship is located in Object Ship Stellaris M1 Machine Science. Yours is not. You have a different file path. So you need to edit the scene file and set your file path. See number 0 and number 1? Here, let me get your screen back. Oh, this is even...
Right.
You can barely even see this.
Right.
But,
okay.
Yeah. So delete all objects and then reload it with the right path. I'm super jealous about those hangers. I need to... So it is possible to render them. I just don't know how to do it. You must have extracted some BOD file somewhere.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so all the...
Does your ship...
All the stuff pops up now. Yes, the ship pops up. So let's start.
All right, so we're going to select all objects because they all have nonsense, position data from the Pelta and all that. So we're gonna... So the hull front and hull back are already at 0, 0, 0, and their rotation is 0, 0, 0. So those are good. The camera dummies, we're going to select all camera dummies, and we're going to set their coordinates to 0, 0, 0, but make sure you do not touch the rotation.
Okay.
Because those are already rotated the right directions. Okay, so now we're going to select everything else. Oh, why did that happen? So do you see how my 3DS created these object things?
Yes.
Beneath the turrets? That shouldn't happen if you had detached parts unchecked. But anyway, I'm just going to delete those. If you have anything that's just called object under like the cameras or under the turrets, which by looking at your screen you don't, you should be fine. So anyway, let's select everything that isn't the camera dummies. We're going to set everything to 0, 0, 0. And then we're going to rotate it and set the rotation to 0, 0, 0. Okay. So now we're going to go down the line and we're going to put everything in place. So let's select all 3 engine emitters. I'm going to turn off my grids in my other views on 3ds. Okay, so I'm going to use this view. We're going to move the engine emitters. So these are the glowing engine balls. So the first engine, we want it at x0, and we can use, so do you see in the top right view of my screen, do you see this wireframe, how all the points converge at the center?
Yes, I do see that.
The wireframes generally always have some kind of giveaway as to where the center is. There we go, that's a centered engine emitter. Now remember, I have all 3 selected. It's a good habit to have everything selected and deselect them as you go.
Okay.
So I'm positioning all 3 engine emitters right now. Oh crap, don't do that. This is the way we view it. Okay, so engine emitters are actually kind of quirky. They appear in game a little bit off from where you put them in the editor. So I guarantee you we're going to have to come back and fix this. But another thing is I like to put my engine emitters, I mean, obviously you'd think you'd put it right in the engine, right? But
yeah,
if you view the ship from the side, it's going to be blocked by the thruster cones. And if you're looking at the ship from a great distance, I like to always be able to see the engines blazing behind it. So I like to stick the engine emitter actually outside of the cone, so that if you look at the ship from a distance, you see the engine emitter being rendered. But there is a weird offset. So if I stick it like inside here, it's going to be offset outwards a bit from where it is here. And that's just a quirk with engine emitters. Other objects aren't really affected by that. So anyway, I'm going to select the other 2, and I'm going to move that to the bottom left thruster. So I left the first one in the center, and then now I'm going to put these at the bottom left thruster. And the bottom left thruster and the bottom right thruster are a little bit farther inwards towards the ship than the front one, so I'm pushing them in a bit. And then I'm going to select the third one alone and just change its X to positive. So now all 3 are in position. And that is something I do for all types of objects, turrets, everything. I do the left side and then I just reverse it for the right side. So let me know if you need help with the engines.
Oh, I have them all down.
Okay, great. So let's move on to turrets. Or hold up, now for the hangars. So the 19027. So this guy needs to be facing a certain way. The engines we don't really care about. But we can tell, look at you and your fancy hangar. But if you go to hierarchy and go to the pivot point, you can see the green arrow. That is the direction it's facing. Let's see, how
Okay, yeah, I see
far
that.
in do I need to put it? Did I not write that down? Crap, I didn't write that down, did I? Alright, crap, I don't have that in my notes. I thought I did. But basically, it's how far back the hangar needs to go into the ship so it doesn't jut out. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to center it properly. So I'm going to select the ship. Let's turn off pivot mode. Go to vertex mode. All right, time to do some math. Let's see. So this... Sorry, I'm doing math here.
That is A-okay.
Okay, and then the bottom one goes. Okay, so the center is y at negative 50.97.5. And the z is the question. What did I do wrong? Okay, so I have my hanger. Now, did you rotate yours already?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember if this one needs to be facing into the ship or out of the ship.
You were saying that it was the pivot point green arrow, right? That
Yeah,
was
the green
the...
arrow is the way it's facing, but I don't know if this hanger needs to be facing into the ship or out of the ship.
I say we throw it in and just try it.
Yeah. A
We'll
general
figure
rule
it
of
out
thumb
later.
is that most objects will be facing the direction that the ship travels. So the green arrow needs to
Okay.
point the way that the ship will travel. But not all objects. I've only done the fighter hangars once or twice on a few ships, so I don't remember. Okay, I'm just leaving it there. That's gonna have to work.
Well, I'm sure it'll work first try.
Nothing ever does. The engine emitters are gonna need an adjustment. They always do. Okay, now for the launch doors. Some more math. Oh shoot! You know what? This ship might be a little too narrow. Um, the fighter doors might actually intersect in the inside of the ship because there is a little compartment that the fighters come out of. It's not going to
Yeah,
cause any collisions, but if you're like looking in it as it happens, you'll see like the back of the other one clipping. But that's a minor issue, but it might happen. Literally, calculator in hand here. Yeah, the fighter doors are always the most tedious part of a ship. It's always easier to do external docking or invisible docking points. Like the Venator has invisible docking points.
yeah, I noticed that. I think I noticed that like the first couple days I was playing this for the first time.
Yeah, I only recently started doing the proper X3 animated hangars because I do have a animated shield prop that I can just slap on whatever entrance I want. Um, I can show you how to do that too, but this ship doesn't really have an opening like that. A lot of Empire at War models have a hangar as a part of the ship, but it's just open to space. So I slap that shield in front of it, and I can show you how to do
Gotcha.
that if you eventually get a model that has it. Ah, shoot, I don't remember the offset I gave. Let's see. Okay, so it is 200. Let's see. Each one of these hangar doors I spaced 200 units down from the other. Okay, and these. Okay, I have all my hangars done. So let me know once you get there, and then we can move on to turrets.
All right, just give me one moment.
Now, of course, they're all going to be grossly sticking out of the ship because I need to position them right. But that's going to take a few tries. You know, launch the game. Oh, adjust. Launch the game. Adjust. Launch the game. Adjust. It takes a second.
Yeah, I figured it's not going to be an easy process.
No.
All right, good enough. We'll figure out what happens
Hold up.
later.
What the hell is this? I found something. Um, we'll go back and do this later. But there's a little floating piece of geometry here.
Oh yeah. Hey, wait.
We're going to have to delete that and then re-export the BOD file, but we'll do that at the end. Imagine colliding with that. You know what I forgot? I forgot to add the blinking lights. That's what I forgot to add. We need 5 of those things. We'll go back and add those later again, too.
Okay.
Yeah. So much for first try. Okay, are you done with your hangers?
Yeah, I mean, it's good enough. We'll see what it looks like later.
Yeah. Okay. It's gonna take a few
I have the
passes.
hanger parts in the holes, so we'll see.
Okay, so select your invisible weapon.
Okay, there it is.
We're gonna put the let's see. Always check the pivot point just to make sure the green arrow is facing the right way. But hold up. Okay, never mind. To say, don't move the pivot point. Just check the pivot point.
Oh no, I threw my hands off my keyboard and mouse for a second. No, I
Oh, I'm
only
sorry.
moved the actual. No,
It's all good, man.
you're all good.
I saw the y-axis arrow on your screen, and I thought it was the pivot point. No, you're good.
You thought I was breaking everything.
Yeah, I thought you were moving the pivot point. No, you're good.
Nope, I was moving the object and then I checked the pivot point.
Okay. We have our mat cannon. I'm gonna put it a little bit outside of. So there's actually like a little object that appears. It's not completely invisible. Like it has an untextured model that looks like a cap with with a cone coming out of it.
Okay.
Like I always position these using the wireframe views.
I see nothing. However, I'll take. I can see your view.
Yeah, it's fine. Even if you don't see it, it's not hard to position. Giant lasers are going to come out of this thing, right? They're going to be like capital ion cannons. So
This is gonna be
it's
fun
fine.
to see.
You know, there's going to be that one guy that puts impulse ray emitters on this thing, and it'll be sad. But
All right. Well, I am that guy. I just throw whatever weapons I have extra on my ships.
oh no.
That's probably why I lose so many of them.
Yeah, that's a good way to lose them. Okay, so you got that. So select all your left and right turrets.
Okay.
We're going to move them to the first shelf on the left. Okay, and then I'm going to rotate it. Let's see, 90? Yeah, 90. And you have all 4 turrets selected, right?
I do.
Okay.
I do not have a whole lot of experience with 3ds Max, so the using all the wireframe views, I'm a little.
Oh, yeah,
Sometimes
sorry,
it's a
I've
little
become
weird.
a little fluent in it.
No, you're good.
But yeah, you know, mouse wheel drag to pan. That's like the way to click. The best way to click onto other views is to just wireframe pan onto them before you.
Okay.
So just wiggle it a little bit, and then you can zoom in on the other views with the wireframe. I mean the mouse wheel. Okay, so I have the first turret placed on the left.
All right. I think I have.
So all 4 are facing left, right? On the first
Yes,
shelf.
they're all.
Okay.
Yeah, all of them are
So-
together right now.
So select right 1 on its own. We're going to delete the negative sign on the X, and then we're going to give it a 180-degree rotation to -90. And that's the beauty of selecting everything at once for symmetrical ships. Just set the. You should only have one. So if you have multiple objects selected, the coordinates don't actually show up.
I only have the one turret.
Huh. You should be able to just set -90 into the Z rotation. Or at least type it in to make it exact. For most ships, we can use 90-degree intervals, but there's a few weird ones that don't have like flat surfaces. The Kaldabby was actually a nightmare. That model is a just nightmare to put turrets on, where the turrets are on slopes. But here they're all good. Okay, so once you have that turret in place, I'm going to select right 2 and left 2, and I'm going to move them to the rear shelf, or perch is a better word for it. And make sure you do inspect it in the physical view, just to make sure it looks good. You don't want the base like clipping into something. Okay, and then I'm going to isolate right 2, reverse the X coordinate, and reverse the rotation. Alright.
All right, that one was a lot smoother.
Okay, so let's do the top. Why do I have? Huh. I have a bunch of top turrets for some reason. We should only have. Oh, hold up. Yeah, we should have top 1, 2, 3, and then rear 1 only. Something happened with my scene file. You know what I think it is? I think it's that C argument in the scene file. I still don't know what that does. Okay, so all these need to be rotated with X90. I have all 3 selected.
Yep, I do as well.
Okay, then let's just find some spots for them. This looks good. Gosh, the ship is so geometrically simple. I love it. If you ever tried putting turrets on a Moncal, you know the pain.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all curves and
It's just a big,
curves.
It's a giant space turd. It's not no flat surfaces. Okay, then the third one. So these turrets that I'm gonna call them wall turrets because you can they'll stick out of a wall if you put them on the sides.
Yeah.
This style of turret also has an offset issue where they appear in 3ds Max, it'll be a little bit off in the game, but not always. Sometimes it can happen. So these are also the engine emitters and this style of turret, whether it's Argon or Terran or whatever, if it's a turret that mounts perpendicular, it could be offset up and down. Oh, look at that. We have a model imperfection. See this?
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Trash it. Start over.
No, we can fix that in the vertex editor. So we have to go back and delete the weird floating.
Oh yeah, that
triangle,
little
and
thing.
we're also going to patch that hole. Okay, top turrets are done. Let's get the rear turret. Or no, the bottom turrets. Let's get the bottom turrets. Rotate them X -90. You're following along really good, by the way. I did a demonstration for some of the other people on the Discord, and they just
You sound rather disappointed with how that went.
Time. I know you're gonna do great things with this.
Ah, that's why I couldn't find the bottom, because it's bot, not bottom.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. My brain was having trouble.
Oh, you know what? This is that. Hold up. Is this gonna look stupid? Oh no, that'll look fine. For a second there, I'm like, are we putting this on the lights? But no, we're not. You always check by rendering. Okay, bottom turrets. Let's grab the rear turret. Okay, so something about the turrets. Can you look at my screen for a bit? So this
Yes.
Argon Type A, if I assign this as a top turret, the guns are going to be sticking up in its default position. Even if it's a top turret, it's
Yes.
going to work 100% fine, but it might look a little stupid. So hence, also this turret right here, the Argon B, if I set this as a front turret for the ship, the guns will actually be rotated 90 degrees forward. So, of course, they can still rotate on their own when they're targeting, but the default position, the barrels are actually going to be pointed in the direction you assign the turret. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, now let's put this on the back. Okay, I think the turrets are done, at least for me. Looks like you're finishing up.
Yeah, I'm being very delicate.
Yeah, make sure you stick them in the model a little bit, like have the base merge
Yeah,
into the
make sure
model.
they're not make sure there's not like a gap in it.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but the CR90 Corvette, I have a gap, but I never went back to fix it because it's really not that noticeable, but it bothers me a lot. I just try to ignore it. I mean, I suppose it would take me only like a few minutes to go back and fix it, but I don't know. In my defense, that scene file was made entirely in Notepad. So,
Whoop.
so another thing is missile turrets. So M2, M7, and M8 ships, and I don't know if this applies to others, but you can assign missile turrets with invisible weapons, but you have to set, there can't be any main guns on the ship. There can only be turrets, and you have to set its compatible guns to none, but which isn't an issue because there's no main guns anyway.
Yeah.
So you notice like the K-wing, even though it has like laser fixtures on the front, they're front turrets, not main guns, because in order to have missile turrets, you have to set no main guns. So it's a weird, bizarre trade-off that X3 has. But we're not going to have any missile turrets on this ship. Most ships should not have missile turrets.
Gotcha.
Though you know how badass it would be to see missiles just flying out of these triangles on each side? That would actually, I kind of want to do that now. And that would be super easy to do. All we'd have to do is make a clone of this ship and just have a different scene file, right? A different scene file,
Yeah.
different T ships entry. And that scene file will have missile, these will be missile tubes that shoot out missiles. Anyway, something we can do.
So yes, all my turrets should be all good.
Okay, so now we need to do cameras. So select the bridge camera. So
Bridge.
what is going to be the bridge? We could put the camera at the front of the ship so the player just sees space, but I kind of like capital ships where you can see the main
The rest of
deck.
it.
Yeah, so you see in my bottom left wireframe, this is where I'm putting
Yes.
the bridge camera. So the player
Okay.
will be able to see the front two top turrets. Something I always do that X3 does not do is I love turrets visible in the cameras. Like I loved being able to see the turrets. I think
I
my favorite
definitely
cameras
understand
are
that.
the left and right cameras on the Venator, where you can see the turrets lined up as you move them.
Oh, I really like that camera.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, I put those there specifically so you could see that. A lot of X3 ships have turrets in front of the cameras. I mean, sorry, turrets behind the cameras, so you don't actually see the turrets. Okay, then I'm going to select right and left turrets together. Now remember, these are already rotated correctly. We can check it by looking at the pivot points, and we should see green arrows in both directions. because we copied them from a scene file that already had them rotated.
Okay.
So I'm going to move these together because I need them to be symmetrical. And for these, see, our turrets are spaced out, so I can't put I don't want to put the camera just seeing one turret. I'm going to put it high above the ship, directly between the turrets. Or, yeah, kind of there. And I'm actually going to leave both of them right there. Same exact spot.
Okay. I have mine about the same place.
Okay, and then let's do the rear turret, the rear camera. The rear camera is just going to go back and above and behind the rear turret. That's all we need. And then the top camera, I'm just going to put it between the two top turrets. The top camera will always be very hard to. It looks straight up, so it's very hard to get a good view anyway. And then bottom camera, I'm just going to put it between the two turrets like so. Okay, so we're done, I think, with the first pass through the scene file. We're not done with the scene file just yet.
Unless you get it all done first try.
No, because the hangars and engine emitters are not going to be positioned right. It's impossible to get those the first try, trust me. And then we have to go back and add the flame effects on the engines.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and export my scene file. So exporter, scene, export all. I'm going to call this work in progress 1. Okay, but we have some.
All right, so sorry, do I do you said export all?
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, export all. And then if you open that scene file that we created, so work in progress 1, you should see it go up to 28 objects. There should be 28 objects listed in the scene file if you open it in Notepad.
Let me see. Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm going to delete all objects. We need to fix the BOD file. So import body. Let's open up hull back. All right, we have some vertices to delete. Gonna delete the flying chunk. See any other imperfections? All right, there was this thing. Why the hell is it like that? Do you see what I'm trying to do here?
Yes, I'm trying to do the same thing.
There's also like these random disconnected vertices that I'm just going to delete. Yeah, I've had to do this a lot for a lot of Star Wars ships. And it's not... why is it so... It's not an exact art. But there we go. Ah, shit, the other side too.
Yeah, I just noticed that too.
I'm going to have to contact the modder, send a cheeky message.
And if you hear any extra noises, my cat decided to join us, so
Oh, cool.
yeah, he just decided that now is the best time to jump on my lap, so
Yeah, he can learn too.
that would be nice. Yeah, there are a lot of these random disconnected vertices.
Yeah, and I guess you don't have to be precise because Stellaris is a game that is always... You're never going to see the ships up close.
That's true. Yeah, it's
Which,
like all those little antenna things have little disconnected vertices.
crap.
Yeah, every single one from what I can see. I think I've deleted
Seriously.
all mine.
Huh. I wonder if those serve a purpose in Stellaris.
They could be lights or something on the ship in Stellaris.
No, I don't think so. Though I love how obnoxious the bloom is in Stellaris,
I know it is pretty obnoxious, but it's great.
and how I just love how you can color the ships after your faction in that game. It's so nice, and you can color the bloom as well. This particular ship mod looks amazing in all the different colors. They're going to be much more muted in X3 because we don't have that obnoxious glare. All right, good call with the vertices on the antennas. Anything else before we export this again?
Nothing that's sticking out in particular.
If you look at the top, the bridge section, this little window doesn't exactly fit, but I think that's fine. Oh no, it does. I was just looking at it funny. Okay, I think we're good. So, collapse selected, reset X transform, and then export as bod.
And sorry, where was the collapse part again?
It's in the tabs next to Max script.
There it is. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I did not mean to delete work in progress 1. Okay, so let's use work in progress 1. So I'm going to just copy all the contents of work in progress 1 into machine science scene. And so we do need to reformat it because the export does not work perfectly fine. So so anything that had a name, except for camera dummies, will be messed
Okay.
up. So if we go down to invisible weapon, you see P18 invisible weapon main. We need to delete the names off of all of these the first time it's listed, we need to delete the name. And this doesn't happen if we don't use a name, but we need to use a name or else we don't know which is which for putting them in the scene file like we were doing earlier in 3DS. So it's annoying, but you have to do it if you use dbox 2. So the first time it lists the object, it should just be M1 turret dummy. The second time it should say dummy top 2 or whatever.
Okay. I see like the right 2, right 1, all those.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna add the blinking lights because we forgot those. So let's look at the ship again. Let's just see how many we need to add. Okay, 2 antennas on the front. Actually, 4 antennas on the front. If we want them all to... Do we want all 4 to blink? Yeah, sure, why not? 4 blinking on the front. 1, 2, 3 on the back. 4, 5. So 9 blinking lights. Okay, so there's a bunch of different blinking lights. For reference, you can look at the twin tail, that fighter I added for the New Republic. That
Yes, I
has
saw that.
red and green blinking lights on it. You can use those for reference. But what we're going to use for reference is the Tansari station, which is in Objects, Stations, Star Wars Stations, Mandalorian, Tansari. In this scene file, you see the object that's just called 78. That is a big red blinking light. I don't know if you are aware of the Argon Heavy Centaur, but on the bottom of that ship is one of these huge blinking lights.
I did not know that. So I basically just copy the lights.
Yeah, no, just copy one of them, but copy it 9 times. We need 9 of them. And then assign them the right indexes. So 30, so 29 through 37. Okay. We can close Tensari. So I don't know if do you know what the Tensari station is? Like, do you know what it looks like?
I don't think I do.
Okay, I need to show you it because it's got an important example of a good pivot point. Okay, let's see. I have the Discord up. Let's see. Gosh, it was a while ago. Did I really add it this long ago? Yeah, right here. So see this station? If I originally
Yes.
did pivot point center to object, and that means the center of the object was empty space in front of the hangar. So
Okay.
that's fine, but in X3, when ships are attacking something, they shoot at the pivot point. So attackers from above and below were shooting lasers through the center, and it wasn't hitting anything. So what I've done
Gotcha.
in later versions of the mod is I move the pivot point into the back section of the station. So that's the center of rotation now. So that's what gets shot at.
Okay, that makes sense. So if they fire at the center of rotation
Yes.
for the ship,
So
then.
yeah, it's fine for a station, but the Nebulon frigate also has this problem because it's got that very skinny section, right? And the center of rotation is just below that skinny section. But if I were to move the center of rotation up, the ship would look weird when it rotates. So I don't know. That ship it's weird when people are shooting at it, but I don't think it's as bad. So it's just kind of sitting in limbo like that. Okay, so we've appended to our scene file. We fixed our body, so we're going to re-import the scene. So I'm importing the scene file now that it has the blinking lights.
Mine just got imported.
You know, there's enough ships in the machine mod to make an entire X3 faction.
Ow.
Except that maybe not fighters.
I say just make all the other ships very, very small and make them into fighters. Why not? They won't look stupid at all.
Yeah, little baby capital ships flying around. Okay, so when importing new objects, again, set them all to 000, and then I have them all selected at once. So these actually have a nice little rendered preview.
Yeah, I do like that.
Something I hate though about these is that when they're in the off state, when they're not actively blinking, they're still visible.
Uh,
So they go from like big to small.
okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's I don't know what Ecosoft was thinking.
It's EgoSoft. Who knows what they're thinking at the moment?
Yeah. I think they're releasing their DLC soon.
Yeah, I've had it on my wish list. It's supposed to be sometime this or next month.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get it, but even though I'm probably never going to play it, because I just want to see. I just want to see it, see what the new Terran ships. Infinitely inferior to the roster that we have in Litcube and Mayhem right now.
I mean, EgoSoft should just hire you guys at this point.
They should hire Jubarbe. He knows his shit.
That would be really cool.
But he doesn't make a game for everybody. See, a lot of people like to play these space games for the grindy parts where you're just doing missions. They like flying their ships.
Yeah.
In Mayhem, you're in menus the entire time. It's a 4x strategy game. So you're not.
Okay.
It's a completely different genre than what Ecosoft is going for. So, but yeah, he's rewritten so much of their game and their code and everything. All right, we've just got 4 left, I think. And I'm just eyeballing them. They don't have to.
So for the lights, do you put it like against the model, or do you leave a little space, or
I
does it
leave a
matter?
little space.
Okay. I figure it's
You
going to
know
be a
what?
blinking light. It's not going to be.
You know what? Now that you say that, I'm thinking maybe I should put them against the model because they're gonna look really stupid up close. All right, I'm gonna make all my spaces smaller. That's what I'm gonna do.
Aha! Now I have time to catch up.
Yeah, if you do this enough, you'll get good with the navigation through 3DS.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I use a lot of Inventor for 3D printing models and all that.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You can probably use 3DS for that too.
You definitely can. I couldn't get 3DS to work for the longest time, as you know. I kept
Okay.
having weird errors with it where it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, it's all good. Is that right? Let's see. No, how did what? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. That's fine.
Does the rotation of the light matter?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay, I figured it wouldn't.
Yeah, they appear as a black square in the preview, but they are completely round. And these lights, if we don't like them, we can always delete them. Super easy. They might not look good after all.
I take it that happens sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I have
You try
stupid
to,
thoughts every now and then. Or I'll
yeah, you
revisit
try something, you're like,
ships.
oh, this
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to export this, and are you almost done?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to call this gibberish and minimize that. I'm just going to take the lights and append that to the scene file so I don't have to change all the names again.
Okay.
Ah, crap. So I decided to call them 47 through 55 because it's doing that thing where it's importing, it's detaching the models or detached parts. It's doing that glitch. So another delay for me while you catch up.
And I'm really lucky. I get all the latest Autodesk, or I've gotten Autodesk stuff for years now from my high school. I've been out of high school for almost 3 years, but my licenses still work, so I still use them.
That's awesome. Yeah, I used Autodesk as a freshman in high school, Inventor. I had a class on that, and we they just had it on the school computers. We didn't have the our own license. That's awesome. Usually those expire 1 or 2 years after you initially sign up for it. You have to keep renewing it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. Like I've had the same licenses since before I started high school. So just about around about 7 years, I've had the same license, and it just doesn't. It just keeps working, so I just keep using it.
Cool. Don't complain. No need to
Yeah,
ask
no, I'm like,
questions
hey,
there.
yeah. Every time I log in, I'm like, please work, please work.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Right.
I thought you had to use 2010 or older for debox too. So that's good that it works.
Yeah, well, what's his name? Tormox?
Yeah,
Hold on, let me look at his
Tormox.
Discord name. Tormox, when he
He's
said
the
it, he
one
got
who
it
did it.
working in 2020. I'm like, hallelujah. And then I tried it and got it working. Okay, I have
Did I really flub that
everything.
bad? I did.
I have everything labeled correctly, and it seems to have all worked. So I put it into my scene file.
Okay, hold up. I flubbed one of the.
Oh, no worries.
All right, which one is different? Negative 9596. Aha, this one. Okay, we're good. Okay, so now our initial scene file is done. So we're going to go to X3 editor.
All
We're
right.
going to make Bob files. So whole front, whole back, convert Bob files. Okay, so now we actually need to open the cat. The cat that your mod is actually your installed game, not the extracted game, the one that you're going to
Okay.
boot from. You know what? I'm just going to put this ship in Star Wars OU. It's not going to appear in the game, but it'll just be there. It's not
Yeah, I
going to
mean,
do
why not?
anything. Okay, so it starts with D, Dreadnought, so that'll be 11.cat? No, 10.cat. The cats 10 through 14 are just texture files, and they're sorted by alphabet. So 10.cat has A through F in it. So we
Gotcha.
shall put Dreadnought 01 diffuse and Dreadnought 01 light green in 10.cat in your installed game. So let me know once you've done that.
I am getting there. All right, the texture files should be in 10.cat.
Okay, we're going to open 15.cat. This is the one that has all the files in it.
Other stuff.
Yeah. So add-on types T-ships. We're going to open up T-ships. I already have it open. So this is where the problem with X3 is that any mod that does anything is going to mess with T-ships. That means
Yeah.
everything is incompatible with everything. It's a very stupid system.
Lovely.
But if you were to add a ship, you'd send me your T-ships, and then I would manually add your stuff to my T-ships rather than use your T-ships because I
Oh,
might
good.
be making other edits. So just keep that in mind. So we also need to open. So instead of open catalog, this open button right here on X3 Editor 2, it only works
Yeah.
properly if you are in the cat view. It's bizarre, but that's how it works. So you have to be in the cat. You have to have a cat tab open like this,
Yeah.
or else it won't work, even though the button appears. So in X3 Terran Conflict, go to T. Is it not in here? Oh, sorry. In add-on T, 0001L044. That's where all the game text is stored.
All right. I'm in there.
Okay.
I've
Board
messed with
comp.
this file more than I'd like
Yeah.
to admit.
Okay. Board count objects. Go to the bottom. Okay. So here's a thing. All of Star Wars LU's ships and ship descriptions are in this file, but it is a bad modding practice to do this. I didn't know it at the time, like 3 years ago when I started the project, and I just kept doing it since. The proper way to do it is to make our own file, like 8 whatever .xml, and to have a script load the mod's text, because we're literally overriding a base game file, which is
Okay.
not a good practice. We should have our own text file that loads our own mod text, but it's fine because Star Wars OU is like a massive overhaul. Not people aren't going to be using other overhauls with it, but just know that this isn't the good practice. So we're going to go new. We're going to call it 96953. We're going to call it what? Machines Science Carrier. So the way this works is that odd numbers, so names are on odd numbers, and the even number following that is automatically the description. So 96954, this is from Stellaris and is a F1. I'm also going to say you should not have this. Okay, so our ship name and description are done. So we're going to add a new T-ships entry. So the way this works is you cannot right-click and hit new. That will completely mess everything up. You have
Got it.
to,
Don't do that. Okay.
and don't copy and paste either. You have to paste to end. So let's start with a similar ship. So all of X3's vanilla ships have been moved into enemy race. We're gonna grab the Colossus. So let's control F search. Yeah, there's a hidden feature. You can control F search by race, by class, and by name. It's very handy. So we're gonna copy, and then we're gonna get rid of the search filter, and then we're gonna paste to end. Remember, you have to paste to end. That is imperative. Okay, so the name. So there's a naming convention. SSSH is for ship, and then we're going to call
Okay.
it, let's see, we're just going to say Argon, A for Argon, and then M1, and then all caps, Machine Science. And then if we look at ID, you can see all these names. So B for boron, like TS, whatever. It doesn't really matter, but you should just follow the naming convention. Crap, I lost it. Where is it?
So using the T ships or the T file editor, which I guess subsection, like there's different numbers. There's like 6, 7, 8, all that. Which one did you put it under?
What do you mean?
Or
Oh,
did you
they're
just put
sorted
it?
by race, aren't they?
Uh, looks like it. Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so I copied one in enemy race, so it's still an enemy race.
Okay.
Enemy race isn't a real faction. It's just a group of ships that will never be used in the. Basically, they're hostile to everyone. They're used in a few campaign events, I think, but they're not really used in the cubes at all. This allowed me to move all the ships into an unused area, so they're still available in the game. Like you can still get a Talati like Phoenix in Star Wars OU, and it'll still work.
Yeah.
But nothing will spawn it because it's
Okay.
an enemy race. So we're gonna leave the machine ship in enemy race. So it's still called Colossus. So subtype needs to be SGSHM1. There's a drop down. Class M1 that needs to match. So this is where we set the name ID. So our name ID is 96953. So we're going to change that. 96953. Now you'll see that our ship is displaying as the ID now, because it can't load the name. If we were to close T ships and reopen it, it will load the proper name. But that's fine for now.
Okay.
Okay, so the race. So all of Star Wars LU's unobtainable ships are cock. So that is the debug X-wing, the flying camera, all the prototype ships. They're all cock ships, and cock ships require the video to build them, and they can't be boarded. So that's a special property of that race, and they're not ever spawned in by anything in the game. So we could, we could just put the machine ship in cock. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we'll put it in cock. Max cargo size. It's not a TL, so it doesn't need to carry stations. We're going to leave the cargo the same as the Colossus. I don't know, 30 docking slots. This is all, we're not going to balance it properly. This is all just up to interpretation.
Yeah.
In fact, you can look at my balance sheet that I use. It's very rudimentary. Let's see, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
So if I were to copy an Argon Colossus here, well, hold up, let's expand that. Copy an Argon Colossus values. We'll call this so this is generally how I balance ships. I just use this little spreadsheet. It's not very perfect. It doesn't have all the stats, but it's very good for me keeping track of things in relation to each other. So 30 docking slots. It's a crappy carrier. I don't know, 40. So variation.
So theoretically, using this, you could have unlimited ship stock if you choose like 999. Not saying that would happen,
I've
but
never
you
tried
could
it, but sure.
make it.
Sure, I don't see why not.
Must have a
generally
big trunk.
Over 100 fighters is enough to start lagging the game. So.
Yep, the Secutor's is the show of that.
Oh yeah. The variation index. What this is see how it says Vanguard. Sentinel,
I don't
freighter,
see
fighter, super freighter, tanker, all that stuff.
Okay.
So basically, we're not going to set this, except for maybe prototypes or miners. Or if I have like two of a very like the Raven ship, the fighter from the Old Republic, I have two models that are very close to each other, but they're slightly different. I imported both models as Sentinel and Raider, basically just to differentiate the two. And Betty will actually say that in the game if you have voice on. Okay, I don't know what volume does. I don't touch that. But this is the value, so let's see. This thing, let's give it a lot more weapon energy than the Colossus, which has crap weapon energy. Let's give it... Yeah, let's give it 48. Why is the conditional formatting not working?
Oh yeah, so then for the cargo size and all that, I see that yours actually shows the cargo container type. Mine shows like string, some numbers not found. But it does have a drop down. So I don't know what that means.
Your X3 editor is probably not installed correctly. Go to configuration.
Options, configuration.
Game files, game profiles, X3 Terran conflict. Make sure your path to game and game executable are set properly.
They do. Oh, that's embarrassing. The installation that's set to no longer exists. So let me fix that.
There you go. And then
it was an installation that I just mangled.
Yeah. Save it and restart X3 editor too. Okay, we'll make this a little bit more valuable than the old Colossus. And yeah, let's just give this thing a good amount of firepower.
Oh yeah, look at that, it works. Okay, cool.
Okay, so we're gonna give this thing. So back to T-ships, machine science. The value I'm gonna give it is this number if you want to stay consistent. The value is actually not directly translated to money. It's multiplied by this 65.5 number to get the
Okay.
actual credit amount. Okay, minimum notoriety. Um, believe it or not, it's not rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's not that. There's actually points involved. Basically, there's only a few options here. If you just click through all the other ships, you'll see them. Basically, like 1,000 something or 333, all threes, or 1 followed by zeros is the options. I believe this requires rank 9 or 10 with the faction, which is fine.
Okay.
Remember, we're just leaving this in here. The ship is not going to be purchasable anywhere, so it's
Yeah.
fine for now. Video ID is not used for ships. In the vanilla
But
game, when
what
you
is
were
the video ID actually?
in the vanilla game, if you had your cursor on like energy cells or meat state kahunas or whatever goods
Yeah.
you're trading, there's actually like a little preview of like a spinning icon of a render of the trade good. That
Oh,
is
well,
not.
that's interesting.
LitCube took that out. So that's only in the vanilla game, and for ships, that was never implemented. Imagine if you're in a shipyard, you have a little spinning icon, like a wireframe of the ship you're going to buy. Ecosoft laid the framework for that, but they never implemented that.
Why do they
Skin
just blue
index?
balls us like that? Be
Huh?
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have
Yes.
been cool. Skin index is only used for pirate ships. So you set this to 1 for pirate ships, everyone else is 0.
Okay.
And you know how the game recognizes a pirate CR90 as a pirate CR90?
Yes.
That's how it does it, through the skin index. So even if
Okay.
I had the pirate CR90 set as Argon, as the owner race, it'll still be a pirate CR90, but it'll be
Yeah.
rebel controlled. So that's the skin index. Okay, so performance. So this is a subject that drives me insane. Is the yaw pitch roll and angular acceleration for ships. Star Wars LU's fighters are all over the place. Most of them are absurdly too high. But for the capital ships, we can pretty much keep it how the vanilla has it. So remember, our base stats that are default stats in here are from the Argon Colossus. So it's a pretty balanced ship. See, I'm going to make this 5 shields. No, hold up. 2 gigajoules. We'll make it 5 of those. Weapons energy. I'm going to make this number for if you want to stay consistent with me. And I got that number just by throwing stuff in my. So basically, I have an idea of what I want the ship to perform like, and I just look at my balancing sheet and I'm like, okay, I want this to have Argon Colossus has 187k weapon energy, and I want this to have 607k, so like 5 times the weapon energy, because Argon Colossus sucks in terms of guns. We have a mag cannon, so I want it to be able to use that mag cannon. Hull strength, you know what? Should this have a good hull or not? It's up to you. Average, give it 4. Okay, 3.
So for me, I changed the shields to 6 1 gigajoule shields just because.
Sure.
So I figured I'm just gonna keep the hull strength how it is. Basically, the shields will be kind of the more.
Well, I'm still thinking
Maybe.
this is a UNSC ship in which it should be made of paper.
It has no shields and all hull.
Yeah, that's fine. Remember, no one's ever gonna use this ship.
Yeah.
It'll be like a.
Yeah, this is, doing this stuff, it makes a lot more sense now that I can actually see what it is. Because before, when I was trying to edit the wares and all that, it was all the IDs only. So
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
don't know.
Yeah, I had to do all that over years of learning, and thankfully, I can just walk you through it. I didn't have that. So.
Well, I'm glad I don't have to suffer as much.
Oh yeah. Cargo max, cargo min. You should always leave a space there so you can purchase upgrades. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna actually crank up the value a bit. So let's make it 45. And let's make it 49. 52. Yeah, I'm gonna make the value higher because I think NPC and player, just I don't know why they're separate. You should keep the value the same at all times.
Okay. Good to
Okay,
know.
so max speed is a little tricky. Speed extensions and steering extensions are how many engine tunings and rotor extensions the player is allowed to buy. So so max speed is actually calculated. It's the base speed plus however many steering extensions. So if I have to set this to 8, the max speed goes up. And I'll just leave that at 7. That's still lumbering. Let's see. Let's just change this so it's not exactly the same as the Colossus. And I like ships that don't turn sharp, so I'm putting steering on 3. I don't actually know what power does, but I've seen some weird results changing it. I typically just keep this the same as the vanilla counterpart, so we're going to keep it the same as the Colossus. I don't have a good grasp on what power does. And reaction delay, I have no idea what that does. I've never messed with that. Okay, so that's it for our stats. On to the model tab. So we're going to need our scene file open for this. So
Yes.
first of all, let's set the scene path. Okay, and then the cockpit. I actually don't like cockpits. I think ships should not have them. But if you want, let's see, do I have cockpit screenshots on my desktop? Let's see, cockpit screenshots. Here we go. You can pick a cockpit if you want. The one that we use for, like this one, is typically used for capital ships. There's a bunch of different ones. But I'm going to leave the ship without a cockpit for now. But if you want, you can just look at it, an existing Star Wars ship, and just copy the cockpit. Okay?
I did the Star Destroyer bridge.
Okay. Yeah, I think that one's obnoxious. You can't see anything. Remember.
Oh yeah, no, it is. That's why I chose it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to see my top turrets. Okay, so the engine effect color. Argon is blue by default. Remember, our ship is going to glow green. So Goner
Yes.
ships are green. So if we look for the, let's see, what's it called? True Light Seeker. It is 704. So this engine effect color dictates the color of the engine emitter, and that's all it does.
Okay.
So let's go back to our machine ship. It's under cock, I think. So 704. So there's actually a T file. So you probably have this in your extracted game directory called effects.txt. It's in add-on types, effects.txt. If you scroll down through here to get to like the 700s, you see this? Like 704. Engine emitter, lime, medium. We have green and lime to work with.
Yeah, I see that.
So this is the reference, effects.txt.
Okay.
So we want to make sure we use the right size too. So let's try 705 because 705 is the large one. Okay. The way engines work in LU is that we don't use engine glow effect. Engine sound.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's weird.
Fair enough.
LitCube actually overhauled all the engines in the game. Like they don't look anything like they did in vanilla. I don't know if you've seen what the engines look like in vanilla, but they look completely different.
I have. Yeah, but before I played LU and all that, I did play at least a couple games in vanilla just to make sure I know how to play it. So
Yeah,
yes, I do
the
know what you
engines
mean.
are. Yeah, it's a vanilla thing. Engine sound. So if you go to your extracted files, I have a bunch of. Let's see. Oh, Star Wars LUS, the S directory. If you the series 400, so the 400 series is the Star Wars engine sounds that I have added.
Okay.
Um, you can pick from one of these if you want. So you'll just set this to like 4 or whatever for a tie sound. But for capital ships, I always leave it unchanged. Even Star Wars capital ships, I leave it unchanged from vanilla, which is just this low rumbling sound. It's very discreet. Okay, then explosion effect. This one is already set correctly, but this is the one where the ship will have explosions spawn all over it, and then it'll do the big blinding explosion as capital ships do. You typically want this on all capital ships, except I did put it on the Star Fortress bomber because I think that one should explode in a dramatic fashion. But basically, there's one for capital ships, which is 602 and 38. There's a set for corvettes, and there's one for fighters. You can just copy existing ones. Okay,
That
so
makes sense.
particle emitter. This is engine trails. There's like Argon. You know how Argon fighters leave the blue trails as they travel. That
Yes.
and Xenon fighters leave the pink trails. That is particle emitter. I don't know where the reference file is for these, but I've been copying from other ones. Capital ships don't emit particles though. Okay, and then these two, I don't know what they are. We're not going to mess with those. Okay, so turrets. This is where we open up our scene file. And this is where a lot of people mess up. So we're going to delete the front turret. We're going to work off the Colossus turrets.
Okay.
So we're going to keep the cockpit. We're going to keep right, rear, left, top, and bottom. Okay, so for cockpit, so this is confusing. The viewport is actually, so this refers to an entry in the T cockpits file. And it's called T cockpits, but actually these are weapon loadouts. So you know how some ships can equip the big guns on the left and right? They can only equip medium guns on the top and bottom. That's what this is. The viewport is actually loadout. What loadout is it allowed to use? And I hate how it's called viewport. I hate how it's called T cockpits. Those are lists of weapon loadouts. They're not cockpits. Now, the default one refers to the compatible guns tab. This is the default. This is SS cockpit default. Is defined in T ships under compatible guns. Okay, so we're gonna actually leave that on default. I want. I'm not actually familiar with the vanilla ones, but you'll see I have a bunch of Star Wars LU cockpits. Sorry, I'm going to call them cockpits, but really these are weapon loadouts for every faction. Like, you know, the Rebels use the red lasers, the Republic uses ion cannons, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They don't. Custom cockpits don't actually show up in X302, so I can't use this drop-down list to assign them. If we were to look at like let's see, the Keldabi. See, these are custom. They're not in the X302. So I had to use an external program to set those. Now, because our ship is not a Star Wars ship, I don't think we should restrict it to just a Star Wars loadout. I'm not going to cover how to do this, but we can go over that later. But for now, we're just going to use Argon. So we'll call this Argon right left. Or actually, we'll do Xenon since it's a machine ship. So X right left M1. So this will be the same as the Xenon J. Xenon right left M1. And if you want, you can actually open T cockpits. So let's open T cockpits. Where is it? And this is where they all are. So if we look at Xenon right left M1, here's the list of guns that are in this loadout. So this is what we're setting the ship able to use. And if you go to the bottom, this is where the Star Wars ones are. So we have Rebel, the Rebel ones, the Imperial ones, all that. So
Okay.
that's what T-Cockpits is. It's stupid that it's called that, but I'm just going to use the Xenon. Because I think Xenon ships use a mixture of Argon and Terran weapons. Let's see. Up, down, M1. Oh, I said that as Terran. That needs to be X for Xenon. Okay, so we have our loadouts set. It's set for cockpit default. We should probably give this some guns. I say the Mac cannon should only be able to use big guns, so IBL, let's see, PPC, PSP, and GC. And maybe the smaller ones as well, so let's see. Fusion beam cannon, where's that at? Tri-beam, fusion beam. Hawk. I think there was one more. It's been a while since I've done this. Is that all the heavy guns? Did I miss any?
Uh,
Pulse beam.
Man, you're asking the wrong guy for the weapons. I don't know much.
Okay, well, flak artillery, starboard shock, which is Terran artillery, and then cluster flak array. Ion shard. Okay. Oh, photon artillery. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. There we go. All the heavy and capital guns on the default. Okay, so cockpit default. I'm going to click on another ship, like X-Wing repair ship. I'm going to copy ship's props invisible weapon. We're going to delete this blank one. Actually, sorry. Distracted again. Let's set these camera dummies properly. So all these camera dummies, the scene node index. The bridge is number 2. The right one is index 3. The rear is number 4. And you see where I'm looking at, right? Left is 5. Top
I believe so, yes.
6. I'm looking at the scene file. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, those are set correctly. So we're going to set number of laser parts. So this is a bit tricky. Laser parts refers to how many laser emission points are on the prop itself. So an invisible weapon is always, hold up. An invisible weapon is always a single laser part. You can't add more. If you do add more, it'll glitch out and it'll have lasers coming from some far off location.
Okay.
I've caught so many amateur modders trying to do this, but you can't do that. Like, you know that parroted quad turret? That one would have 4 laser parts. Most of the big turrets and Argon turrets are going to have 2 laser parts, but an invisible weapon has 1. And our invisible weapon is ordinal 18, and it doesn't have a secondary. So in order to have 8 gun slots, we're going to duplicate this 7 more times. So that way we can equip 8 guns into forward weapons. All using the same object. So you know how the TIE fighter only has those 2 areas that guns shoot out from? You can mount 4 guns in the TIE fighter. Each one is listed twice in this tab. That's how I did it. Okay, so let me know when you have this.
I only have a couple of the guns that are there or anything. But I understand how it works, so you can continue if you want to. Well, it'll take me a good 15 minutes.
Well, we're just doing the invisible weapon in the main cannon right now. I haven't gotten to the turrets yet. Do you have the main cannon done?
I was working on it. Yeah, it's like I do understand how this works now. Like the main thing I think I was kind of failing at was that my stuff was not installed correctly, so nothing worked
I
in the
see.
first place.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to right and left. Okay, right big turret. Let's see. So you know how the turrets, when no guns are equipped, it's just the base of the turret and the barrels don't actually show up. And once you equip a gun on the turret, the barrel will appear on the ship. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I believe so.
So the barrel is actually the secondary model called Big Turret 4 underscore weapon. That's how that works. And the scene node index for that is referring to the index in the turret's scene file, which will always be the same for this turret. So you just have to copy an existing one. So I just copied off the Xenon J again for the Big Turret 4. And I will post this as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, that all makes sense to me.
Okay, that's good.
So does the order that you put the positions in matter, or could you do like cockpit, left, right, top, bottom, that type
Well, when
thing?
you hit F1 to cycle through them, it goes in the order that they're defined.
Okay.
So typically you want right, rear, left, and then top and bottom. You don't want to go like down, back, right, up, left, or something confusing. Usually it's cockpit, front, right, rear, left, or left, rear, right, and then top and bottom after that is generally how it is. And also the order
Gotcha.
that I have these defined here is the order that is the gun slots. So say I had a Z95 with guns on the right, guns on the left. I have two invisible weapons, we'll call them 1 and 2, and I have 8 guns mounted on the Z95. And now if I have only 4 out of the 8 guns mounted, I don't want all 4 of them coming out of the left gun while the right gun is empty, right? So
Yeah.
I will define these as ordinal 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That way we'll have 2 coming out of the left emitter and 2 coming out of the right invisible weapon. It's just a
Okay.
preference that I have. It doesn't affect the gameplay in any way, but it's just a preference that I have. Let's see. top turrets.
I'm almost done with my top turrets.
Okay. So some things to look out for is if you have your camera dummy ordinals wrong, your camera view will be at 000, which is the pivot point, which means you'll be looking out from inside the ship model. So if you see that
Oh boy.
happen, well, that's not an issue. It's not like a game-ending issue, but it's troubleshooting that if you see that, that means your camera dummy ordinals are not set properly.
Okay.
And if your turrets don't move and don't shoot, that means this section right here is not set properly. And if your turrets don't appear, that means your scene file's got issues. Most likely you have like write one in the where you shouldn't have it in the name of the object because you exported
Okay.
from debugs. Let's see, what's another common issue? Yeah, those are the two most common issues, which I don't make those mistakes anymore, but they're typical beginner mistakes. Or let me know when you finish.
All right. I'm working on the bottom ones now.
Okay, 21 and 22. Actually, hold up, 26 and 27. What the hell was I thinking? See, that would have been an issue. Yeah, so we're gonna load it up. The ship will have the hangars and the engines all messed up, and we're gonna have to fix those. But the only way to fix that is to load it up and do relative adjustments.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Trial and error. That's the only way to do it when you're doing it all in Notepad. Yeah, the whole first year of this project was that. It was, I got good at it, but it's still tedious. Depending on how good this ship looks, I might be up for porting the entire machine chipset as the new OCV for Mayhem or something like that.
That'd be pretty cool.
Because the OCV right now are just Xenon chips. They look like Xenon chips. So
Yes, I have noticed that. In the couple encounters I've had and not gotten slaughtered, I've noticed that.
they're uh, they're menacing as all hell. Like they look corrupted compared to the standard Xenon chips, but they still have the same aesthetic. So the whole
Gotcha.
machine chipset would be kind of cool.
Yeah, it'd be something just completely different.
Yeah, so this mod also has its own turret models, which we could totally animate and have as our own turret props, but that's something I haven't done before. It is sparsely documented on the forums, but I think it looks fine with the big turrets and the Argon turrets. But it would be cool to have the mod's actual turrets in the game. The thing with Stellaris, though, is that its ships always have these massive, cartoony, oversized turrets, like on the tops of the ships. So it might not. I don't know. I definitely don't want that.
That makes sense.
But it would be good to have a completely matching aesthetic. All right, status.
The turrets are done. I forgot to delete some of the names off of the scene file, so I would have gotten into it and like it doesn't work. What'd you do? So yeah, I fixed that.
Good. Yep, that's good. Okay, so where list is the so here you did your compatible guns, right?
No,
Yeah, I know it's a
hold on,
pain when you
hold on.
don't know what you want.
Anyone that has the word heavy, I'm just gonna toss it in.
Yeah, just just click on a bunch. It doesn't matter.
All right, cool. We're good. Anyway,
Phased
yes,
array laser
continue.
cannon is the one you want. Okay, and then missiles, I'm leaving that how the Colossus had it. And then wares. Oh, so missiles. This is where you can set the ship to use boarding pods or not.
Okay,
Um, all ships can still use chaff regardless of whether or not it's set as a compatible missile. I think. Because I think TS ships are an exception to the chaff. I don't know, but I know a Colossus can shoot chaff. And it's saying that this is from the Colossus. The Colossus doesn't have chaff set. Other things to note: some missiles are typically reserved for M7Ms and M8s only, like the Tomahawk for M8s, Flail Barrage for M7Ms. But I don't really care. I like having M7Ms shooting all sorts of stuff. But dumbfire missiles, I only put for fighters because a capital ship is not going to be able to aim and shoot dumbfires. And a lot of people don't know all the missiles because there's too many of them and they're all stupidly named. So I like to avoid confusion by just not giving capital ships dumbfire missiles in the first place,
gotcha. That
which
makes
this
makes
already
sense.
has set. Okay, and then wares. This is the list of pre-installed wares for a ship. So you know how in Star Wars everyone always comes with combat software. You don't have to put combat software on your ship.
Yes,
That's a custom wear ID 3 that I added. So we're going to do wear list ID 3. And you should see the combat software show up.
yep, I do see that.
There's a few other ones. So all Star Wars LU fighters, capitals, all have wear list ID 3. In the mod, traders all have a different one as well. Let's see, TS, what is it? Yeah, so they all come with the trade software because believe it or not, they didn't used to do that in the Cube's universe. And then all my miners come with a new wear list that a custom wear list 79 that doesn't even show up in here, but it has all the mining software like ore collector, mineral scanner, all that stuff.
Okay,
And then this is also how I put the CETA on the spacesuit. The spacesuit is actually a T-ship's entry, and it has a wear list. And I added the CETA to the wear list, and it's actually in types, add-on types, wear list.txt. This is all the wear lists. So this is how I edit those. But I wouldn't mess with this if I were you. I would just stick to the
gotcha.
standard that I've already established.
Fine by
But yeah,
me.
let's launch the game.
So real quick, could I see your scene file one more time just to make sure that mine lines up?
Sure, I can send you it too if you want. Let me know if you want me to scroll up or down.
Just a moment. I accidentally deleted the names from the um all the guns and all the cameras. So yeah,
That's fine.
other than that, it's exactly the same. So if yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it's fine because because the names we're not gonna move the cameras ever again. Well, we might. I don't know. You don't know until you launch the game.
okay, okay. So even if it's so if it's all just the same name, it'll be the I guess the direction that matters then.
If it's all the same.
I mean, like if you so I deleted all the names off the cameras, so it's all something something
Oh.
camera dummy.
Well, you can always go back to the model tab and the turrets tab and look up which one is which.
Okay.
Or I'll give you my scene file in the Discord. you can use that as a reference. But remember, that's not the final scene file. We're still going to have to edit
Yes.
it. Okay, let me just manage my save. This is what my documents Ecosoft looks like, by the way.
Oh boy.
Okay, I have Star Wars OU. We're good. When you have a trillion different Mayhem versions installed. Turn my shader quality back up. I recommend testing this with shader qualities and all that on because the light map can do some funny things in high graphic settings.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I have those on by default anyway.
Yeah, I had them off because I was doing that video with the Republic fleet and all that.
Right.
Yeah, it's not too much of a loss in graphics quality, but a massive improvement in performance when you turn all those to minimal.
Okay, well, I'm inside the ship.
Bridge. That's the
No, I know. But
that's the one I don't even use.
the ship's non-existent for me though.
Okay, let me see if it worked for me. Huh. Okay, that means I messed it up, and it's my fault because you did exactly what I did. All right, what did I do wrong?
Back to the
I
drawing
know
board.
exactly what I did wrong.
What'd you do?
We didn't actually add it to the game files, did we? So objects.
Well, that'll do it.
Just drag this. Well. Oh crap! What did I do? Yeah, we. So F7 to make a new directory in X3 editor. Well, that's embarrassing, but stuff will always happen no matter how much experience you have. Okay. Edit the game files, relaunch the game.
All right, added to game files.
Yeah, that's kind of an important step.
Yeah, it's maybe slightly.
Oh, gosh.
I completely forgot. Earlier today, this morning, I was testing out the reshade mod with I can't pronounce his name, but it's like a totem or something like that. Yeah. He's working on fixing the reshade mod for kind of the newer LE version.
It was a very lot of glare.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are rather interesting in it.
I need to turn down the rudder optimization on the debuggers.
Oh, the ship's there. Haha.
It is. I can already see my hangar's a little bit too far out. Okay, so this hangar is too far out. I need to shut it in a little bit. And these hangars are backwards. We're looking at the inside.
Oh.
So I messed up there, but okay, look, the blinky lights look good. Well, yeah. I'm not sure if I like that. Okay, so let's test docking. So to do that, go to landed ships on the MC-50, broadcast to all dock ships and tell them to go to the machine ship. Let's just make sure the hangar works. It's always exciting when you first see the ship.
I know, it's like, whoa, something works. Even if it's not right, it still works.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, I just gotta fix that and that. Okay. Yeah, the hanger totally works. Now, if I launch these Y-wings, we will see them launch into the ship because my hangers are backwards.
Yeah, I see what you mean by the offset on the engine
Oh,
emitters are a little off.
only the left side is backwards. Okay. I know what I need to do to fix my hanger was. Okay, and then hop into ship. So this is what my cockpit view looks like. And if you can see, we got some gaps in the ship.
Yes,
Actually, no, those
I
are
do
lights.
see that.
Those are lights.
Oh yeah, wait, hold on. It's hard when the background's also green.
Yeah, it's hard when the background's green. Let me get over the. Yeah, those are lights. Okay, so let's check the map. So it does shoot upwards when you hit control the fire. But if I were to aim at something.
My hanger does not appear to work because so I spawned in a TIE fighter just to have it come over. It does not even move when I ask it to dock.
Move your machine ship. Look, if you look at my screen, you can see the Y was just.
Yeah, I can definitely see it's working for you.
Yeah, my engine emitters need to come. Actually, I'm happy with the ones on the side. The one in the center needs to come back a bit. All right, let's test the turrets. So here we are on the right turret.
Is it a bad sign if I fired the main guns and my game crashed?
That shouldn't cause a crash. If the main
Well, my
guns
game
are
crashed.
properly, nothing should happen. But it is X3. It has Liquid's universe has a very high chance of crashing while Fanon and Fanon. You could have messed with Fanon and that could have caused some issues. I know you've been messing with it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
I'm gonna test it again just to make sure it wasn't a one-off, but
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad that that those lights are not a hole in the model because I hate patching holes in the model. Okay, so I'm gonna re-import the scene.
I mean it shows up, so I'll take that win.
Yeah. So.
Nope, firing the main guns crashes the game.
What the hell? Okay.
I was flying it around, it was working just fine, and then I right-clicked to fire, and the game just closed.
You need to show me your scene file and your T-ship side by side. Let me just look for anything that sticks out.
Alrighty.
Okay. Oh, right. He totally deleted the names. You might want to just use my scene file.
Will do.
Now, mine has the hangers all messed up, but
That's fine.
yeah, I'm still.
They're messed up, but they work. I'll add this back to the game shortly, just to make sure you can just look through.
Well, add it now, actually, because you have short-term memory loss is a thing when you're working on stuff like this. Just, yeah. Okay, you don't need to add. What is work in progress? Is that?
Oh, these were the other scene files that.
Only add the ones you need. Hold up. X the editor 2 is derping out. You need to click on ships and then go back to Stellaris. That cancel the path. In the path, open that tab again. The cat, open your cat again. See the path, object, ship, Stellaris. Click on ships. And then click on Stellaris again. There you go. You can delete the BOD files for the model. Um, yeah, in your master file directory, you should totally keep the baud files, but just knowing the game files,
Yes,
you only want the baud. Oh, also, my scene file has a wrong file path for the ship model.
that is right.
It's always something. Your Stellaris is capitalized.
Yes. I made that mistake when I did your last scene file. I was like, why isn't it working? I'm like, God
Yep.
damn capital letters.
I've never
All right.
seen an I've never seen firing guns crash the game. That's
Me either.
okay. Go ahead and oh man, your Discord stream is all messed up. Okay, go back to T ships. I want to see the model tab. Open the scene file as well. Oh my god, I can't even see that. Can you restart your stream?
I sure can.
Okay, let's see. Okay, that's more readable. Go to turrets.
Yeah, I have no idea if I set these things up right at all.
Okay. Why? Okay, so in the top section, those should all be camera dummies.
Oh, all these?
All should be camera dummies. Yep. The turrets at the bottom section that has the handgun is where the turrets go. This is all camera
Gotcha.
dummies. Okay. Are those set correctly? Reverse 4. Bridge is 2. 3 is right. Oh, yours are in a different order. Okay, left, right, 5, 3. Yeah, that looks 5 and 6. Yeah. Okay, show me the click on cockpit, the first one, number 1. So weapon. Ah, okay. Invisible weapon does not have a secondary model scene. You need to blank that out on all of them. And -1 for the no dipix. Yeah. Yeah, invisible weapon doesn't have that. All the physical like objects, the rendered ones do have it, but not invisible weapon.
Okay.
That was likely the issue.
So what does that mean exactly? Like, what is the secondary model?
The secondary, so you know how the base of the turret always appears, but the barrels only appear when you equip the weapon. That's what it is, the barrels.
Okay.
The same thing for the M6 main gun static. It has like a weapon mount, but the gun barrel only appears when you have guns equipped.
Gotcha.
Okay, show me your left. Okay.
So yeah, the ordinals I did check and I think they're right. Do you
Left
want me to just remove this stuff?
left
The
should
second
not
scene?
have invisible weapons because left has big turret 4.
It doesn't have visible weapons.
No. So go to scroll down in the scene file. Oh gosh, it all blurred out again. But you should see the 2 left guns are big turret 4 dummies, right?
Yes, and I have that as the same in the weapons portion on left, right,
So
and all that.
no, double click on ship's props invisible weapon here.
Sorry,
In
where?
in this screen. So double click on the first ship's props invisible weapon. Ordinal 18. Yeah,
Ordinal
click
18?
no, go back. Go back to the left guns. Click on the first left gun. Double click it. Oh gosh, I completely lost visibility. Um, if you look
So
at
the
my here, I'll send you a picture of what it should look like for the big turrets. Let's see, T ships. this is what it should look like. I'll put this in the Discord for you.
Yeah, mine has the same stuff.
Okay, I guess I couldn't read it then. Okay, you should be good to try again then. I'm gonna go ahead and tweak the hangers.
Alrighty.
And move back the center engine emitter.
Is it bad to say that I honestly thought this would be harder to do?
No, I'm glad you picked it up. Like I said, those other people, it's not that it's hard to do, it's just that they couldn't handle it. That's the issue. I'm not going to say that out loud though, but that's the issue.
Cut it from the recording. No one needs to know.
I should make sure that's still recording, by the way. God, we're on 4 hours. Okay, let's finish this up. Okay, all the I forgot to rotate the left half of my exit hangers, which is sad.
Weapon firing works.
Nice. Yeah, it shoots up when you hit control, but when if you like get out of the ship and tell it to attack the crystal fab, it'll shoot it properly. But make sure your turrets work.
All right, how do I get actually into the turret cameras? It's F1, right?
Yeah, it's F1. And when you drag it around, you should see the turret on the right. If you look to the right, you should see that turret spinning as you move. More right, all the way to the right, 180 degrees.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, we could probably reposition this camera, but I like it so that the turrets are visible. And this one, I don't know, they're far apart. It's hard to tell.
All right, now I'm gonna make sure that docking works.
Well, yeah.
And I'm sure it does because I didn't make it.
That's probably an overcompensation. I'm gonna get screwed when I put that in the game. Okay, and then these ones. Okay, so the exit doors, just for reference, the green pivot point arrow points the opposite direction that the ship goes.
Okay.
So the ship comes out of the back of the arrow. Just for reference. So when I'm exporting these incremental scenes, I'm only copying the position data into my main scene file. I'm not copying everything all over again. Or just the objects that I modified. I'm not changing anything else. Okay. Take 2. Yeah, it always takes like 3 or 4 goes before I get the hangars and the engines right on any ship. It's unfortunate, but
it happens.
Nothing perfect. And the best part is, all we have to do is change the light map and change the engine emitter number, and we can completely change how the ship looks.
Okay, well that's actually really cool.
I actually did that with the Xenon ships in that game by modifying their light maps. If you look here, it's blue.
Oh yeah.
Engines are blue. Xenon fighters have blue thruster trails. They're all blue. And it's super easy to do that. Anyway, let's make the machine ship. The hangar looks good. Get back to the next one. Did I really get that on the second try? Oh, hell yeah.
That's actually pretty cool.
That's perfect. And then these, those are perfect. Other side. See, this is a professional at his job. Okay, let's test it out. To the sun here. Why is it white? Oh, it's because it's in the sun.
Huh. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, see, it's showing up green now. Also, the game lets you rotate while fighters are docking, and it works.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I will say, I really do like the automated hangar doors. I never knew those actually existed.
Oh yeah, every vanilla ship has it.
Yeah, for vanilla ships, I never got past the like the Corvette stage. I went, okay, cool. I know how to play the game. Star Wars time.
Man. X3 has some cool ship designs. Except art.
Yeah, going through all the different files, I found that they have some really cool stuff.
You ought to just play it without any mods and just check them out in all their glory. Okay. I think this thing is 100% functional. I'm going to hop back into debug upstream. I'm going to ship. Alright, we're moving out. Let's see that back camera in action. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead.
I was saying, I looked down for like a second. My girlfriend sent me apartments to look at because we're trying to move. I look up and I see like 8 or 9 of what we just made. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh yeah, I've got them all in a fleet. I ordered the fleet commander to attack. Let's see. Yeah, I'm happy with
I like it. I like it.
We just need to add the flames and then we're done. Okay, so fire the main gun, buddy. Let's see it in action. Oh, crap. We have a hole. Do you see this?
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta fix that. That's pretty glaring. That one too.
Just don't think about it.
Oh yeah, look at this thing go.
That's pretty cool.
That's amazing. Okay, we just add those engine flames, and then we should be done. I'll send you the scene file. though it will need to be updated one more time for the engine flames. Okay, so something else, we're almost done. Something else is, where is it? Add-on. Okay, add-on director, SRST. What this is select random ship type. This is used for missions, including the missions that have used ships for sale. So if you open
Okay.
this, typically what you do is I add, so this is all the Star Wars ships by faction, by class. So here's all the Republic ships by class. These are the ship IDs. Basically, every time you add a ship, you have to copy these lines, add a new entry in the right location in this file for the ship you added, and that will be it will be able to be sold by NPCs and as blueprints. And also, it'll be spawned in the mission if it's a pirate ship or something like that. This is how I create the artificial rarity with the prototypes. Because if you look, most of these are SSS for Split for Mandalorian, but you see 1K for Cock. That's the prototype version. So there's a 1 in 4 chance that any M3 sold will be a prototype. See how that works?
Yeah.
Okay, and the prototype is just a duplicate T ships entry that just has increased stats. That's all it is. So
Gotcha. That makes sense.
I'm not adding the machine ship to this file because we're not going to acknowledge that it's in the game, but this file is what dictates that. It's usually the last on the to-do list. Okay, real quick, let me add these engine flames. So I'm going to grab them out of the Pelto scene file. So they come in 3 sizes, or a bunch of different sizes actually. So we use lime as our color, right?
Yeah, we use lime.
So if you actually navigate to effects, objects, effects, engines, FX engine, whatever, that is where they're located. You can extract those Bob files, but they all use the same naming convention. So I'm going to place orange with lime, replace all. And this is where, to start off, I just copy the engine emitter coordinates. So we're just going to copy that, paste that there, copy that, paste that there. So I'm putting them in the same spot as the engine emitters. 3ds Max doesn't typically like to render these, but they come in sizes. So tiny, then tiny 2 is bigger, tiny 3 is bigger, then Nor 2, Nor 3, then big 2, big 3, and then huge 2, huge 3. That's from smallest to biggest. And you just have to guess and adjust. So I'm gonna guess Nor 2 is a good size, because these sizes they actually change with the class of the ship. So let me just open this in 3ds. Delete that. Import. I'm so happy I got those hangers on the second try. That is.
Yeah, that was a good job.
That is completely unheard of. I got lucky.
Until now.
Oh, we also have to fix the damn holes in the model. I'll go back and do that, but we can probably wrap up the call right now once I get the flames in.
Yeah, that works for me. Now, is there a chance that the engine flames, the actual engine flames, could work on the version I have? Because the hangers seem to work, or at least show up.
Yeah, I don't know. 3DS has some quirks. Oh, look at that little guy. I think we need to go a bit bigger than that. Okay, so we're going to replace Nor 2 with Big 3.
I really love the naming conventions.
Yeah, the best is when I don't follow them half the time, so There's all kinds of conflicting nonsense in the objects directory. But you don't even want to know the nightmare that was the Star Wars Reborn mod.
I've heard of it.
I don't mean the mod itself, which again, me being unsatisfied with it is why Star Wars OU exists. So I'll let you do with that information what you want. But the files, oh my god, it was just
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine it would be a nightmare sometimes.
okay. So big 3 is still too small.
It's all trial and error.
And he didn't even replace. He didn't even add ships. He just replaced existing ships. So you'd have an Argon Cerberus, but it was actually like a half implemented Nebulon.
Well, that's kind of dumb.
Big 3. It was amazingly dumb.
And then fast forward, and now you're here.
Oh yeah.
It's still a nightmare, but it's EgoSoft's nightmare.
Oh yeah. G-Barbie knows that more than anyone. He actually worked on Mayhem 3 legit full time for almost a year, I think, which is insane.
Wow.
And that's after he'd already spent, like 4 years working on Mayhem 2, which was already the Ultimate X3 mod before Mayhem 3. So I don't know how he does. Okay, that's way too big.
Funny, as soon as it loaded up, it was a little bit blurry. All I saw was like the black and green covering a lot.
Okay. Let's see. Big 2 is too big. No, sorry, huge 2 is too big. What about huge? So there is a nightmare scenario. And that scenario is if I need a big 4 because huge is too big and Nor 3 is too small. And I've only run into that with one ship, and that's the Ton Falk carrier.
Okay.
I wanted to put the thrusters on there, but the middle thruster is just such a size that I don't have an object that's the right size. And I guess I could try and just import the Bob file for these engines and make a big 4, but I haven't tried that. I suppose I could give it a shot. Okay, that could work. I'd have to see it in game. Or it might just be way too stinking big. Okay, we'll give that a shot. But for me, the issue is when you try to export these with 3DS, it just doesn't work.
Okay.
It can import them, but it can't export them. So let's see. Objects.
That's weird.
Ships. Star Wars ships. What am I looking for? No, it's not Star Wars ships. It's Stellaris. A folder I never thought I would ever make.
And a Star Wars mod.
Yeah. We're legit adding this to Star Wars OU, so whenever the next update does come out, this ship will be in it. Okay.
Well, I feel like in the amount of time we spent doing this, we made good progress.
Oh yeah, we made very good progress. And most ships aren't going to take this long because most ships are TS or fighter class. Those don't have turrets. Those don't have hangars, right? They're so much more simple. So that's why I chose to do a capital ship as the example. Where's the machine designs? Okay, those are way too big. You can already see them in there.
Takes over the whole engine.
Yeah, we need to go down a step to Nor 3, which is probably too small, but it's the only other option we have. Sorry, Big 3, not Nor 3.
I was gonna say, wait, wasn't Nor 3 too small?
Yeah, Nor 3 was like pitifully small. Okay, so Big 3. Okay. This should be the last edit to the dang scene file. And then I think we can call the ship finalized.
Besides the holes in the model.
Ah, crap, you're right. You're right. But
I know. If I didn't bring it up now, you would. That is
That doesn't
true.
change anything in the scene file.
Yeah, see, the scene file is finalized.
Okay, engine emitters. No, don't see it during startup. Okay, I'm thinking for this ship, you can kind of see them. Here, I'll get it. Let's see.
It works.
Yeah.
Big
But then
four, here
the
we come.
ball looks stupid at the end of the flame. It's supposed to be in the flame. I don't know. Keep them or don't keep them.
I mean, I say if you were to keep them, then move it kind of farther in, but then that could make it look stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking scrap them for this. So the default is I always try to add them, but if it doesn't work out, I don't add them. Okay. Was that another hole in the model?
That's how you just flip the X-wing a full 180.
Yeah, looky here.
I see it.
Oh my god. But that's an easy fix. Okay.
Yeah, it's just vertex moving and stuff.
Yep, just a vertex shift. Okay, I think I can cut the recording. I think we've covered everything that we need to do for that ship. Thanks for